Hi, everyone. If you're new to podcasting or interested in starting a new podcast, let me tell you a little bit about Anchor. If you haven't heard about Anchor by Spotify, it's the easiest way to make a podcast with everything you need all in one place. Anchor has tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or your computer. And when hosting on Anchor, you can distribute your podcast on listening platforms like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. And best of all, Anchor is totally free. So for the brand new podcaster, that is a plus. So check it out. Download the Anchor app or go to anchor.fm. That's F as in Frank, M as in Mary, to get started. Hey everyone, welcome to In the Dark, or welcome back to In the Dark. I've been out for quite a while, having some things going on, but I am back with you tonight with an extremely long podcast. I have to apologize, but I did a really great episode with a Sasquatch researcher named Darrin Smith. And I just loved talking to him. We had a great conversation, and it went on much longer than we expected. I was going to separate this into a couple different episodes, but I thought, what the heck, I'm just going to put this up. So if you can't listen to all of it, just, listen to maybe an hour or two, stop it, keep your place, and go back like the next day, listen to the rest, or if it takes you a couple days, whatever, just do it like that. It's pretty much the same thing. There's a couple spots there that got a little glitchy. In the end, we actually were cut off at the very end of this podcast. So it's going to just end very abruptly. And we basically just ended up saying our goodbyes. So I didn't actually bother to go back and try to edit it or do anything just for the goodbyes. I thought, just so you guys know, when it ends really abruptly, that was just right around the spot where Darrin and I were just like, okay, we've been on this podcast now for 4 hours. It's time to get off the phone. So I plan on staying in touch with him and keeping up with some of his stories that, some of his experiences that he goes through his research. It was a really, really great time talking to him. So grab some snacks and drinks and get yourself comfortable. And hopefully you really enjoy this. I don't want to keep this intro too long because this is a very long episode. You guys enjoy, and here we go.
Alrighty, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you?
Super, I'm doing great. Thank you.
That's great. I'm glad we got to connect. I'm glad it was easy. I didn't know if it was going to be something complicated or not.
Well, I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah. So I had seen some of your posts online on social media, and I was just fascinated with, what you do. It looks like you do Sasquatch hunting, and I don't know if there's other stuff you do as well. Is that true?
Yes, I actually got involved in the Sasquatch phenomenon quite a few years ago. I was solo backpacking up in the John Muir Wilderness area, and I actually encountered one of these creatures, which really got me fascinated with the whole phenomenon.
Wow. So you actually ran right into one.
Yeah, it actually started back in 2001. My brother was going through some challenging times, and I took his sons out on a camping trip, and we went up to the Caribou Wilderness area up there near Lassen Volcanic National Park. That's in Northern California. And I purchased this game camera to make it interesting for the boys. And we went out into the woods to set up this camera, and we discovered a trackway of 15-inch footprints. And we're like, what the hell are these? Clearly they weren't bear tracks. So we went to a town that was nearby called Westwood, California. And we went to the hardware store to pick up some of that plaster cast mix because we wanted to make castings of these footprint impressions because they were so unusual. And while we were at the hardware store, we told them what we were up to. And they tipped us off to a local who captured a Bigfoot on camera. And they encouraged us to go find this guy. And so we tracked down this guy, and he showed us his video, which was, this haired-covered creature in a meadow. And the video footage was interesting, But what was very compelling was he went back to the location and he discovered footprints there. And his footprints were the same dimensions as the ones we discovered roughly 10 miles away. So
Mm-hmm.
that was really intriguing to us. And so we made our cast and we continued our little Bigfoot adventure, and we ended up in Willow Creek, and we went to the China Flat Museum there, which unfortunately was closed. So we went over to the ranger station, and the ranger, we told him what we were up to, got very excited, and he picked up the phone and he made a phone call, and he told us to go over to the museum again, even though it was closed. He was going to have somebody meet us there to take a look at our footprint casts. So my nephews and I hopped back in the car and we went back over to the China Flat Museum there. And this gentleman came up, this elderly gentleman, and he took a look at our casts and gave us words of encouragement. And he actually opened up the museum for us so we could take a tour of the Bigfoot Museum there. And it turned out the gentleman we were introduced to was Al Hodgson. And Al Hodgson is a pivotal player in Bigfoot history, especially in regards to the Bluff Creek incident. So it was really great meeting him, and his words of encouragement just really got us excited and got me excited to kind of continue my quest. And
Yeah.
that's when I started doing a lot of backpacking up in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and that's when I ran into one of these creatures.
My God. So were you alone when you ran into it?
Yeah, I was. I was backpacking up in the John Muir Wilderness area, and I
Mm-hmm.
heard a very loud wood knock. And I turned to look in the direction of the wood knock, but I caught movement out of the corner of my right eye. And when I turned and looked over in that direction, I saw the only thing I can think this was a juvenile Sasquatch. It wasn't particularly large, but it was a haired-covered creature that was bipedal. It had very long arms, and it just fled into the forest. I mean, like lightning. It just got out of there, and it was just a fleeting glimpse of something out of the ordinary. And that is really what fueled my passion for really investigating this.
Now, how what color was it? Was it like a black or the reddish color?
I would say it was a brownish color, but I was in a uh, thick overhead. There was a thick overhead canopy, so it was, a dark brownish to a blackish color.
Mm-hmm.
But it was kind of like it wasn't like I don't know. It was a very ratty type thing. It looked. I wouldn't say that it looked ill, but it didn't look like it was some, you know, powerful monster of some kind. It looked. I wouldn't say sickly, but it was just a fleeting thing of some slim, creature, haired-covered creature. And I didn't get any visual, like really good facial features. It was just too fast. It just got
Yeah,
up, moved into the woods. Um,
that's insane.
yeah, it was really that's what did it. And the reason I was in that area was so after my trip with my nephews, I became very interested in, investigating this. And my brother, the two of us used to go out and do a lot of camping in remote areas, and we'd set up trail cams and just kind of investigating it. Unfortunately, that brother passed away, and so I was kind of on my own at that point. And it was in 2007. I went over to check out the excuse me, check out the museum there over near Santa Cruz. It's the Bigfoot Discovery Museum,
Mm-hmm.
and just by happenstance, Cliff Barackman was there. And so I got to meet Cliff, and this was way before he got involved in finding Bigfoot. And Cliff told me that in my area where I'm kind of residing, he said really spend a lot of time, up in the Sierra Nevada. So it was actually Cliff that got me pointed in that general area. And then I just started doing some solo backpacking and doing a lot of trekking up there. And that's when I discovered footprint impressions up in that area back in 2009. And while I was photographing those footprints, there was a creature making crazed whooping sounds in the nearby woods. And it was so terrifying. I got out of there because I was really in a remote backcountry location. I had backpacked in there
Mm-hmm.
and I was alone. I was unarmed. And I'm like, I don't know what this is. So I definitely thought it was a Bigfoot. I just wasn't prepared to engage it. So I got out of there. But then every year after that, I returned to that location, the location where I found those footprint impressions. And that's where I would set up my camp. I would do surveillance. I would do some nighttime trekking just to try to see if I could capture one of those things on camera. And then it was 2012 when I was back in that area again, is when I actually saw one.
That's unbelievable. It just, I can't imagine what it's like to actually, be out there and really come face to face with one, like really see one, what it just must go through you, you know?
When
Just,
you hear the reports, of like these Forest Service people, these forest firefighters that are like hardcore guys, and these hunters that go out there and they have an up close encounter,
Mhm.
and it terrifies them to the point where they never go back into the woods.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're so unsuspecting of it. They don't, I mean, people don't really believe it's true, and then they go out and they see one for themselves. And I mean, think about the people. I don't know if you believe in dogmen, but there's people that are having, all across the world encounters with dogmen creatures. And I mean, I can't even imagine seeing one of those.
that's
So,
interesting. I don't know how I feel about the dog man. I mean, a lot of people are seeing them, but I'm not really on board with it
hmm
because I've never experienced it, and I've never, it was never something that I was really engaged in. However,
yeah,
there was an area that people were seeing dogman, and I went in to investigate that area because I was under the impression that they were misidentifying Bigfoot. They were seeing a Bigfoot, but they were misidentifying it. And while investigating some of these areas, I've had some unusual happenings. But I also find it very curious that when I'm out doing my thing, I talk to the locals. I said, I'm usually wearing a Bigfoot t-shirt, and I'm asking people, has anybody here seen Bigfoot? I'll walk up to the hardware store and ask the cashiers this. And it's amazing how many reports you get. And it's really amazing when they say, no, I haven't seen a Bigfoot, but I saw a dog man, or
hmm
my husband saw a Mothman, or my grandmother saw mermaids. And
yeah,
you hear this, that I'm investigating this area up in the Sierra Nevada mountains where I live now, and I have talked to many people who have seen Mothman, Dogman, mermaids, just all
right.
sorts of weird creatures, the
Cryptid. Yeah,
goat man.
yeah. There's
So
cat people too. There's I have a friend of mine. We become friends because of this podcasting stuff. Robin, she's seen almost all of it. She's seen everything.
and
So
it's really, really amazing uh, that there could be something else out there. I know the Bigfoot's real because I've seen them, I've
yeah.
investigated it. On my YouTube channel, I've gone out and I actually got them on camera a couple of times, and I'm generating a lot of enthusiasm online with my Squatch Spot YouTube channel because I'll go out. I try to get out every week to do a little field investigation, and I'll bring
hmm
the camera with me and make a video for my viewers. And it's actually my viewers that are encouraging me to get out there and to continue with my investigation. And it was actually viewers from my YouTube channel that saw the Bigfoot in one of my videos. I didn't see it because I'm editing my videos on a laptop computer,
Yeah.
and I didn't see the Bigfoot. I knew I was near it. I just didn't know exactly where it was. And it was actually a YouTube viewer that got back to me and said, Darrin, it was right there in front of you. And I went back to look at the footage, and you absolutely can see it hiding in the brush in front of me.
Wow. That.
So the people that are watching my channel, my Squatch Spot YouTube channel, they are really playing a pivotal role in my investigation. They are
Yeah.
encouraging me to look in places. They're helping me identify footprint impressions. They're really engaged in the project. And I think by working together, we really have a great opportunity of making some progress with this.
Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised the ranger, when you had reported, when you had first initially gone out there, and the guy who opened up the museum for you, and the ranger who led you to him, I'm surprised the ranger was so, you know, pleasant about it, and so accepting. I mean, from what I had heard from so many people, there was like a huge cover up with this for so long. And, they said that so many of the rangers would act like, people were crazy, or, they would cover up prints if they were reported, that type of stuff. It seems like they're becoming more and more accepting of this.
It does seem that way, but I've noticed with my interactions with the Forest Service people, uh, it is very interesting that it does very much seem like they are aware of what's going on.
Yeah.
And they definitely want the information from you. So they will talk to you about it, and they will, especially if you've had an encounter, they want to know what's going on. They want to know where the encounter took place. They
Yeah.
want the information because I do think, one, they are aware of these creatures, and two, they are trying to keep abreast of what's going on.
Yeah. Well,
There,
there's government officials that get sent out to hunt them too. Like they're supposedly they're trying to destroy them. So that's the rumor. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not, but that's what the rumor is.
yeah, it's really hard to tell what's really going on out there. In the area where I'm living, there were so many sightings of Bigfoot along this mountain range that the local law enforcement actually shut down access to the mountain. And days later, the US military showed up and were
Hmm.
running training exercises on that mountain range for over a week.
Yeah.
And the people in the area thought it was very strange. Well, this mountain range is that same location where that uh, husband and wife went on a day hike with their 1 year old daughter and their dog, and they all were found dead on the trail.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are a lot of people that believe the Sasquatch are living up in the abandoned mines up in that area, and that maybe this family got too close to them and incapacitated them somehow, which is very concerning. I don't like to think that the Bigfoots are malicious, but like you said, there's so many other creatures out there that people are
Mhm.
seeing that it is a little unsettling now when I go in and I conduct my night surveillance, or I'm out in the woods trekking, or I'm doing
Mhm.
my solo backpacking trips, because now it is something that I am thinking about.
Well, make sure you take, I would definitely make sure you have some kind of weapon. I mean, at least have maybe a weapon and an auto locator on you, maybe some bear mace, or something. I mean, I would take something,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
do bring the bear mace with me, and I do have other means of protection as well. But from my understanding, you're not going to be able to protect yourselves from
Yeah.
these creatures regardless of what you're carrying.
Well, they cloak. I mean, that's what Robin has had major, major encounters with them, and she actually telepathically speaks with them as well. And she said that they told her that they're from the Star People. That the Star People, which are the alien ETs, whatever, they're part ET and they're part human, and that's why they have these abilities. They can cloak. They can like disappear. I believe they travel in between portals and such. I mean, there's some people that believe they're just animals, and others that believe they are kind of like a mix of supernatural and, physical. And I believe that they're supernatural and physical. That's what, I mean, from the stories I've heard from these encounters, there's definitely more to it than just an animal.
I would
There,
agree that there does seem to be something unusual happening. I mentioned frequently while I'm out in the field, we have equipment failures. And
yeah,
I've seen across the board technology failures that completely defy explanation.
they
Um,
drain, they do it for their energy. Robin said that they'll drain anything that has energy, and they use it. They use the energy.
and that's interesting because there are a lot of sightings of Bigfoot showing up around power facilities
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
hydroelectric plants and all that. So I do think that is all connected. And it is very intriguing. But my thing with the whole interdimensional cloaking and all this, if it was the case, I would think that we would be seeing sighting reports coming up in metropolitan areas. I would think that they would be in,
Mm-hmm.
areas where they can get more resources and more food, and it just doesn't seem to be the case. These
There's
creatures
some
seem,
cases of it. I've heard some cases. It just isn't a lot, you
yeah,
know.
to me,
So
it just seems they're very limited in their range. From what I get up here, it seems they have a very well-established migratory movement pattern that correlates with the available food sources in the areas.
yeah.
So I see them as animals and or a primitive hominid. I mean, we see them building these unusual nests. In fact, where I had my encounter on March 3rd, 2020, where I actually photographed the Bigfoot that was hiding in the brush there.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to that location and I did find hair samples, and the hair samples were analyzed, and they came back no known animal species, but they did match Sasquatch hair anatomy. So these creatures are hiding in these, they're living in these nests, and I find like bedding areas around where they're
Mm-hmm.
literally just sleeping on the ground among the vegetation. So to me, that's not really saying advanced being. That's saying something primitive, something animal-like.
It is odd, isn't it? It's so odd. It's like, you've got these encounters where people have seen them cloak. Like they see them. Like they see them just 1 minute they're there, boom, the next they're gone. Right when they have them in their crosshairs and stuff, even with guns. And they seem to have these abilities according to these sightings. And yet they live like they're very animalistic, and it just it doesn't make any sense. It's like you sit there and you scratch your head thinking, what in the world is the purpose of them? Like, I don't really, and I think we just all just keep, we just need to keep investigating and just keep going and see what we can come up with this, because it's just crazy, you
I
know.
absolutely believe we should all get out there and continue our investigations and to share that research. I mean, you got to
Yeah.
share it with one another. And that's why I got my YouTube channel going. I've set up a Squatch Spot Facebook group. And I do have a lot of researchers reaching out to me now because I think they've watched my videos enough that they know that I'm onto something.
Right.
Um, there's this area that I've been investigating where I absolutely believe the Sasquatch would be interested in going. And I'm down there, I found footprint impressions, and I was getting very unusual EMF readings on my
Really?
EMF detector. So there were electromagnetic fields in that area, and I was deep in
Hmm.
the woods. It was a very random location. I was seeing movement out of the corner of my eyes. And when I looked in that area, I just saw this blurred figure moving through the woods. And it is what these people were saying that cloaked Bigfoots kind of look like when they're cloaked. Just like
Hmm.
there was a movie, I don't know, I think it was called Predator, where the
Alien versus
predator
Predator. Yeah. Yep.
and the
Yep.
predator can cloak itself. And it was just like this shimmering area that was unfocused. And that was exactly what I was experiencing in this area.
Almost like a
And I,
mirror reflect, like a mirrored effect is what it reminds you of.
Yeah, something really unusual like that.
Hmm.
And so I took out my EMF detector and I was getting readings on the EMF detector. So I
Boy.
was watching a video recently that I did of that area. And on the other day that I was there, I was not encountering anything. I wasn't getting any EMF readings. I wasn't seeing any movement. I wasn't having any unpleasant emotional experiences. So
Hmm.
there was a measurable difference between that time that I was there and the previous time when I was there, when I was seeing movement, when I was experiencing those blurred figures moving through the woods, when my
Boy.
EMF detector is picking up electromagnetic fields in the area. That's a measurable difference that something in that environment had changed. And that to me is so intriguing because there is absolutely something going on.
Well, so how would you feel if you know, came to the point where you accepted fully that these Bigfoot, as you say, you think they're an animal species, but then you find out that they do have these cloaking abilities? What would you feel then? Like, what would you think about them?
It would be even more amazing, because we can't think that we're the only life in the universe. I mean, there's definitely more life out there,
Yeah.
and to think that it's here with us now would be remarkable. And when I think about it, if the Bigfoots are an advanced species, if they are this interdimensional or extraterrestrial, they could have the cure for cancer. They can take humanity to a whole new level if we could make that connection with them.
Yeah.
And I think that would be an extraordinary moment in world history to actually come into contact with a being of that caliber. I think it would be amazing.
It sure would be. Yeah, there's things I know about them I can't really discuss, but they have, they definitely do have some advancements that we could use, that's for sure. But they're I just, some of this stuff with like the missing people and people, like you said, the couple that were found dead. I mean, I definitely think that there are good and bad ones. There's reports of Sasquatch that have, helped people out of car accidents and saved their lives. And then there's ones where they, people just end up dead in a location that it almost seems like they're being territorial, or maybe they're just bad. I don't know, but according to Robin, there's ones that are good and there's ones that are bad, just like regular human beings. So the problem is we don't know which ones are good and which ones are bad when we're out there.
Agreed, and that's definitely concerning.
Yeah,
Because
that's the problem I have with it.
yeah, again, I spend a lot of time out in the woods looking for these things, and yeah, what happens when you do finally encounter them? Then what?
Yeah, the
Uh,
bad, well, especially they have abilities and the size and the speed. I mean, this is the apex predator that you're going up against. That's a bad one. Like if you run into one that's, a killer or just, doesn't like humans, then I mean, what are you supposed to do? So it's some crazy stuff,
yeah, on the March 3rd, 2020 encounter, I was literally investigating an area. I discovered footprint impressions, and it was the YouTubers that encouraged me to get back into that location and continue my investigation.
Mhm.
And based on my research, I tend to find that the Sasquatch like to hang out just below the snow line. It seems that, uh, I don't think they particularly like moving around in the snow, because it seems they will come down just below where the snow line is. And so I was investigating this area, and as I pulled into the area, I heard an unmistakable Sasquatch vocalization coming from the embankment above me. And I immediately got out of the car, I grabbed my parabolic microphone and started recording the sounds. And I recorded some amazing audio from that experience. There's this guttural primate noise followed with this either chest slapping, or, you know, maybe it was whacking up against a log, but there's this loud knocking, and then it lets out this big hoof, this very big primate hoof. And you can clearly hear it on the audio. This is a large primate that made that sound. The sound was analyzed, and there's no arguing it. So at that moment, I'm like absolutely terrified. I'm encountering a Sasquatch. I'm there. It's right there on the embankment somewhere. Well, then I'm listening to it, and it starts moving off. I can hear the bipedal movement as it starts moving away. And I had to make a decision. Do I, hold my ground and try to collect that audio evidence, or do I go chasing the thing
Yeah.
to try to get that photographic evidence? And I was like really emotionally just, the video, there's so much footage that I didn't show in the video just because I was absolutely, in a distraught state. I was like really, it was a very stressful situation. And I decided to go after it. And
Wow.
so I'm using my parabolic microphone to sweep the area, and I could hear it moving, but it would move and it would stop, almost like it was either monitoring my position or it was trying to lure me into an area. I wasn't sure what the motivation of the Sasquatch was.
Yeah.
And so I would hear that it stopped, so I would stop. And then I would hear it start moving again, so I would start moving, following it. And it finally led me down into this area of very thick vegetation. And I'm like, okay, this is unsafe. I'm not going to go moving into this vegetation. And so
Mhm.
at this point, I'm literally just holding the camera with one hand and I'm just looking at my surroundings. I'm not paying attention to what I was filming. I was paying attention to my surroundings and I was just holding the camera. And it was the camera that captured the Bigfoot that was hiding in the brush there. And so I get down to this vegetation and there's this bird that is shrieking. This bird is just in an absolute distraught state. And it was right there in this tree cluster where I thought that the Bigfoot was hiding among that vegetation. So I thought the Bigfoot was in there. I just didn't think it was safe to approach that vegetation because I couldn't see into it. So I started, recording using the parabolic. And at that point, I decided to move in and try to get a different vantage point to look around that tree cluster and that thick vegetation, but not approach it. So
Mhm.
as I was moving around it, I saw kind of another entryway that was leading into another area. And as I was moving up into that area, I was just suddenly overcome with absolute terror. I was just so overcome with emotion that I just had to get out of there. There was
Mhm.
nothing else going on in my head but just get out of there. So I did move out of the area, and a lot of people believe that I was subjected to infrasound. I was being bombarded by it.
Yeah.
And it was the Sasquatch that was trying to push me away from that area.
Right.
And it worked because I moved out of that area. But now reviewing the audio, you can hear the Sasquatch was making this tapping sound. And I'm not sure how it was making the tapping sounds, but I wasn't sure. I didn't hear the tapping sounds when I was out there. I had the headphones on and I had turned off the parabolic microphone. But now listening to the audio, I don't know if the Bigfoot was trying to communicate with me, if the Bigfoot was trying to make contact with me, if
Yeah.
it wanted some sort of interaction with me, because it was making this tapping sounds. And now the audio, it does sound like there may be tapping sounds coming from a different direction, which means maybe there were more than one Sasquatch and they were covertly communicating with one another.
Almost makes you wonder if they created a field of some kind too, between the two of them.
Um, a field as in like
Well,
cloaking
like
themselves.
no, like a field of when you said about the infrasound, maybe the tapping sound was something that they were creating some kind of a field that brought on like a fear that you felt. Like maybe it's something they even did with their mouth. Like they could have done it, some kind of a sound effect or something. I don't know, just something that popped in my head when you were saying this. It was
Exactly.
weird.
And you can hear the audio when you're watching that video, you can hear the tapping sounds. And there's several episodes where I kind of review that audio.
Yeah.
But so after that experience where I was absolutely overcome with fear, I moved out of that area and I just monitored it from a safe distance.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but then I went back to the location days later to do an investigation. That's when I found the footprint impressions. That's when I found the hair samples. And what I
Oh,
do find very interesting here, when I encountered the Sasquatch, when I pulled into the area, it let out a very loud vocalization.
mm-hmm.
I tend to believe that vocalization was to alert the other Sasquatch in the area that there was a threat. I think this was a sentry. I think it had positioned himself near the road so it could see up the road, it could see down the road. And it was
Yeah.
in a very good location, but it let out that vocalization and then it monitored me for a while. And
Right.
then what it did, I thought was very unusual. It went to the nest and it was hiding in the nest. And to me, that implies a scared animal, an animal that was scared. And the animal got into a place where it felt safe, which was the nest. And that
Mm-hmm.
initial vocalization might have been a cry to the other Sasquatch in the area. And I think what is interesting is as I moved into the area and got close to the Bigfoot, you can see on the footage it's looking around. It's scared. And the emotion that I might have experienced, I've read from a number of reports that it could have actually been what the creature was feeling. the creature was scared.
Oh,
It,
yeah.
it was emanating that emotion, and I was picking up that emotion on a, psychic level or some sense like
Right.
that.
Telepathically, yeah. Or, well, yeah, like a more of like a empathic type thing almost.
Because the Bigfoot, it saw me, it got scared, it let out that vocalization, and it moved to a place where it felt safe, the nest.
Yeah.
And when I got there, I was overcome with terror, and I got out of there.
Have
So
you, you've never had them, have you ever heard them like speak anything in your mind where you felt that it was them speaking?
no,
Okay. Okay.
no. Now I did have. There's a neighborhood kid that comes down and helps me with a lot of yard work. He works for the fire service, and he does a lot of chainsaw work. But he told me he encountered Bigfoot, and he said that uh, he was younger. He was riding his bike on a dirt road here. It was very early morning. The sun hadn't come up. He had a flashlight, so he kind of had this, not so much illumination in front of him, but he had the feeling that something was not right. And he turned around and he saw this Bigfoot on the road behind him, moving up behind him.
God.
And this kid had a little boom box that he had playing music that he had playing just to kind of soothe his nerves, I guess. But he said the Bigfoot's eyes illuminated red. That was something very
Yeah.
apparent for him. And I've experienced, possible eye glow a couple of times now while out in the woods where their eyes just illuminated red. What was concerning is you ask the witnesses kind of, so what is this? Is it an animal? Is it a alien? What is it? And oftentimes, as this kid did, he said it was some sort of demon thing, that
Yeah.
he was getting a sense of evil, demon, and he was definitely fearful of his life. And the thing that got him out of there was he cranked up the music on his boombox and he pointed the speakers towards the Bigfoot, and it just moved into the vegetation and moved away. And
Wow.
then he bolted like a bat out of hell to get out of there. But
Just
again, we don't know what these creatures are. I will say it does seem they have the ability to knock out our electronics somehow. They
yeah.
have the ability to mess with our heads. And what's very concerning is during my March 3rd encounter, I did something very unusual. I was experiencing a lot of technology failures. You could see it happening on camera. And as I was moving into the area where the Bigfoot was hiding, one piece of equipment that malfunctioned was my GPS unit. It powered off while I was deep in the forest. And it does look like I actually turned off the GPS unit. And that's not something I would have done on my right mind because I was in a remote location. I was
Mm-hmm.
engaging a Bigfoot. I wouldn't have stopped to turn off my GPS unit in the middle of all this chaos. And another thing that's very concerning, I experienced missing time when I was
Yeah.
out there. And
Yeah.
I just thought that the missing time was my heightened adrenaline. I was just on this peak adrenaline state. And so I just chopped it off as adrenaline. But going back to look at my uh, various recorded evidence that I collected that day, I discovered there were a number of digital files missing on my recording devices.
You're
Now,
kidding.
I've never experienced this before, where you have a digital file that's just not there
That's
because they're
really odd.
yes, they're all sequential. When you look at the files in the menu, they're all sequential numerically. And I discovered on my audio recorder there was actually digital files that were missing. I'm like, what is this? Well, I checked two other recording devices. There were digital files missing on those recorders as well.
The
So
same
it
one.
was, what's that?
Were they the same ones?
Uh, no, you meaning the same time frame?
No, I mean like if there were the digital files that were missing on your, the first one that you had checked, when you checked your other ones, your other whatever devices they were the same files missing on each one, or were they different files on each device?
Oh, they were different files.
Oh, thank goodness. So then you had other ones backed up on, you know, the other ones then.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, all the recording devices weren't all recording at the same time.
Oh no. Okay.
So it
Oh,
wasn't like they were all synced together. Like my YouTube video camera was one of the recorders that I had missing files on. And that was, I was stopping and recording, stopping and recording. I was making a video at that point. So uh, they weren't synced together at the same
yeah.
time and that sort of thing. But it was very unusual that I've never experienced that anomaly before. And now in this situation where I have this missing time and I've encountered the Sasquatch and some unusual things happen, I now have 3 recording devices, 2 audio recorders and a video camera, all 3 experiencing missing digital files. I find that very unusual.
That sounds extraterrestrial type stuff, like almost like the people that get abducted by aliens and stuff, how they report missing time and things that are gone or changed or that's crazy.
It's very concerning, but other people have reached out to ask me, going down that same line of questioning, did you experience missing time? Was this happening? Was this happening? And I would say no on all of it because I was pretty much on my feet the entire time. I don't know how they could have incapacitated me at any time during that encounter. But I will note, when you see the video footage of me turning off the GPS unit, that's me doing something that I don't remember doing.
Right.
And it's not something I would have done in my right mind in that situation.
God.
So even standing up, maybe they can confuse us.
Yeah.
So it's very concerning because I thought that if I was abducted, I was going to wake up on the ground disoriented. And that
Hmm.
never happened. I was literally on my feet almost the entire time until I sat down and was just observing that environment. But maybe they don't need you to be laying down. Maybe they could incapacitate you while you're standing there or walking through the woods.
Yeah.
So all that is very concerning. The missing digital files is very concerning. And even more concerning is there's a missing person case up here in the Sierra Nevada mountains in very close proximity to where I had my encounter.
Oh,
This woman, she was self-isolating out in the forest because she was a trained Forest Service person. I don't know if she worked for the Forest Service, but she had training and she was very adept in that environment. She was very comfortable in that environment. So she decided to self-isolate it out in the woods. And so she set up her camp. And on July 4th of 2020, they discovered her camp in shambles. And they found her vehicle crashed in a ravine a little ways away.
hmm.
And what was very unusual about this case was that even though they ruled out animals, they said it wasn't an animal that ransacked the camp, but it wasn't humans either because they found her valuables were still there. Her purse was there,
Right.
her money was there, the credit cards, everything was there. And they ruled out animals because none of the food was taken. It was seemed like it was a very unusual situation. And then I mentioned her car was crashed in a ravine a little ways away. But what was very concerning was during search and rescue operations, this woman was spotted twice. And she was moving through the forest in what was described as a dazed or disoriented state. And she was moving through the woods barefoot. So it's very concerning that this woman wasn't in her right mind and now she's roaming the forest. And what I found very interesting between the 2 sighting reports, she was moving in the direction that I felt was part of the Sasquatch's migratory movement pattern. She was
Right.
moving up to those higher elevations. And I really thought that she was moving in a direction that the Bigfoot would be moving in at that time frame. So I thought that case was very unusual, and she's still not accounted for. They don't know what happened to
I
her.
was going to ask you, did they ever find her? They never found her.
No, they never found her.
I still
And
I feel like I feel like some of the people that go missing are food. It's a food source for them. I know that sounds sick, but I really think some of these Bigfoot are eating people. Well, the Indians described them as cannibalistic, some of them. Not all of them. I mean, they're like I said, there's good and there's bad ones, but I definitely think some of them look at humans as a food source.
That's very concerning because
You need to
of
have a partner, Darrin. You need somebody to go out with you.
I'm definitely not opposed to that, but nobody's like in their mindset to go tromping around the woods with me. I'm like, oh,
Run an
good grief.
ad in the paper or something. Be like, listen, I need a Sasquatch partner.
I need a yes. I've reached out to a number of the groups here, and I will say it's a little disheartening that the Bigfoot community is not very tight. They don't like to work with one another,
I heard
and
that. Yeah.
it's really unfortunate. I've reached out to several people, and I said, yeah, let's do a collab. Let's go out together. Let's do some stuff
Yeah.
together, and nobody's interested. I don't know if it's just. I don't think it's just me. I think it's just really prevalent
No.
in the community
That's
because
a
I've been
really strange thing to me. You'd think something that dangerous that people would actually want to go out and force, you
everybody
know?
wants everybody wants to be the guy that found Bigfoot.
Well,
Uh,
you could
everybody
share it
wants
with somebody.
the fame and fortune, and I think there are groups out there. I think there are individuals that are going out there together, and you have the A-listers. They have their
Hmm.
little collective and all that, but they're not very embracing of letting others into that collective, and
Yeah.
it's a little disheartening. But
Maybe you'll
yeah,
find
I would
somebody
hopefully I
through
will
your
meet somebody.
probably. I mean, I would imagine, with your YouTube channel going on, and there's got to be somebody that you're, bound to run into that would, want to go out and hunt them with you and do some research. That
Yeah,
see that it sounds to me like the one thing, well, a couple things. The thing with the boots always fascinates me because they find so many people that are deceased or just find them in general when they're still alive, and they have no memory, no recollection. It almost was like they were hypnotized, and their boots are always missing or their shoes.
no, that's
And
unusual. I haven't heard that.
oh yeah, there's so many cases where their shoes are always missing. And it's like they were put in this hypnotic state or they've had a loss of time or something like that. It sounds to me like that's what that woman experienced. I just wonder what this thing is with the boots or the shoes being. I mean, what do they do? What I don't understand what this thing is with taking off people's shoes. So that's
That is interesting. Did she take off her own shoes to emulate them? Maybe she was being in a mind state that she thought she was a Bigfoot at that point, and she was trying to
yeah,
be
yeah.
more like them or something. I find it hard to believe that the big feet are taking off their shoes, but
Could you imagine? No, there's been people like there was a child that was found. His body was there's been so many cases I've heard, but like there's just one in many. But he was found and his clothes were completely folded up and his shoes were missing and he was dead. He was deceased. So he was laying there naked and his clothes had been folded very neatly. And this child didn't know how to fold clothing. He was like 3, and his shoes were gone. And that's one
that's
thousand
concerning.
pieces of it. What is it with shoes?
Hmm.
It's just, it's kind of, I mean, if you, God, that's what we need, like this whole bank of information that everybody submits all their findings into in one, collected work so that you can compare notes to everything and try to see if you could put all this together somehow.
And I
But
absolutely think that that's what it's going to take. It's going to take that sort of, cooperation or collaboration. Um, but again, people are just sitting on their research. They're not really open to sharing it openly. So
yeah,
that's a difficult thing to achieve. But the thought that the Bigfoot are malicious beings out there and, grabbing humans as food sources and that sort of thing, I'm not really on board with that
yeah,
in my mindset because I've encountered them so many times now where they absolutely had the opportunity to attack me and they did not. And one on my March 3rd, 2020 encounter, again, maybe that was a juvenile and it was scared and was hiding from me. But also maybe they think that my technology is weapons. But now,
It's true.
excuse me,
That's
I
true.
captured one on FLIR down in an area. I was down there investigating an area in the middle of the night. It was in the middle of winter. I had been there for hours. I scanned the area several times with my FLIR. There was nothing there. And then a tree came crashing down in very close proximity to me. And I scanned the area again, but now I'm having electronic failures again with the equipment. And the
Hmm.
FLIR was cutting in and out. I was getting some unusual interference with it. And then later, reviewing the footage, there was a Bigfoot right in front of me. And they seem to know our visual capabilities at night. They seem to know we can't see well at the night.
Yeah, we definitely can't.
And they get in very close proximity to us. And it was literally right in front of me. I didn't see it. It was probably,
Wow.
I don't know, maybe 30 feet from me, something like that. And since my FLIR went out at that point, I got the hell out of there because now I'm alone in the woods. It snowed that night. It was cold. It was
Oh
dark.
my gosh,
And
dude.
my technology just died on me. I'm like, I got to get out
Yeah.
of here after
Yeah.
that tree fall, which was probably a good thing that I did. But that Bigfoot absolutely could have attacked me. It was right there in front of me, but it didn't.
Yeah.
So I think the tree fall was its attempt to scare me away and get out of there. And I think once I got out of the area, they were kind of fine with it. But there's so many reports of the Bigfoot being in close proximity to people, and they always retreat. They always seem to move off into the
Mhm.
forest unless you hurt one of them, and then you
Well,
get like,
I do believe that, I mean, I didn't mean to make that sound like it was a general statement for all Bigfoot. I don't think in any way that all Bigfoot are eating people or they're bad. I think there's many of them, probably most of them aren't. They're friend, not, I wouldn't say friendly, but just want to be kept to themselves and, left alone. But I do think there are ones that are bad. I think that there are, however many there are, there could be a few or maybe, however many there would be. But I definitely think, there's definitely some that are bad, and just like with Dogmen and other things too. I mean, I'm sure there's good and bad in all of them, just
well,
like with people,
well,
so
the trend I'm seeing out there is a lot of people are painting them as these malicious monsters, and
yeah.
there's actually researchers out there that are becoming A-listers because they've painted them as these horrific creatures that are out there
Oh,
slaughtering anybody who goes venture into the woods. And just investigating my area, there's these areas that some researchers are saying are clustered missing person cases that
mhm.
correlate with Bigfoot phenomenon, and they think it's all Bigfoot related. And I absolutely do not buy it. And investigating these areas, and I know a lot of people in search and rescue, I know a lot of people in the emergency services. These areas where these people are going missing, they are known hazard areas, and the hazards usually consist of water. So these people are
Mhm.
crossing a river, they have some sort of mishap, they get pulled under, they drown, and you never find the body.
Yeah.
So most of the clustered areas up here are in areas where there's these natural hazards there. Most of them are waterways. And
Yeah.
these people are just going out there and they're drowning. And then people are saying, oh, they got abducted by Bigfoot or the Bigfoots were there. And yeah, the Bigfoots were there because it was a remote location, but I don't
Yeah.
think the Bigfoots are responsible for all this missing person and these clustered cases. And it just seems a way of capitalizing on fear to sell their
Yeah.
book or sell their videos. And it really frustrates me.
Well, people are afraid of what they don't know. That's always been, the thing. Or, say you do have, most of the Bigfoot are good and there are some that are bad, just like you do with people. The issue with that would be that, they're so strong, they're fast, they've got these capabilities. So if you do have a bad one, then he's deadly. I mean, it's a deadly being, so it just, and then you can't control it. You're a human being that you really can't stand a chance against these things. So with that kind of fear, they're like, well, then just destroy them all. Get rid of them all because if there's even any bad ones, then we don't want that. But I mean, according to the Indians, they said they are a tribe of men, that they're, they're part human and they're, they traded with them. They were friendly with most of them, but there were some that were bad. So, but then you just, I mean, you just don't do dumb things. I mean, you get to be careful. And, if you're in an area where that they're there, I mean, don't be, trudging through their territory and stuff. Because I heard they're very territorial, with what they feel is their area. So, and people go in there and they want to just impose themselves on them. But just be careful, be careful when you're out there, because we don't know. I mean, the thing is, we don't know. Like, it's like there's just so much we don't know about them, and we may never know. I mean, they're so good at keeping away from us and hiding everything. It's just amazing. It's almost like the ones that are getting seen almost don't care if they get seen,
It is curious, but there's a lot of dangers in the woods. There's mountain lions, there's
I
bear,
know.
and there's so many things that can go wrong. In fact, the number one animal that is responsible for more human deaths than any other animal here in the Yosemite area are deer.
Is that
So
true?
yes, and the deer, what they're doing is most of it's car accidents. The deer get in the road and they get in a car
Yeah.
accident, but also deer will jump up and use their feet to hit you in the head if they get nervous or if they get scared. And what happens is a lot of families will think they're domesticated and they'll be feeding the deer and they'll have their children with them, their young children, and the deer will jump up and trample the young children.
Oh,
So we have a lot of human deaths in Yosemite because people are feeding the animals. So,
wow.
you definitely have to be careful out there. But I don't think statistically the Bigfoots are a huge threat.
Yeah, I don't
Uh,
either. I mean, I don't know, but you just get a feeling that that's not a major part of the problem.
no,
But I mean, like you said too, there's so many other creatures out there too, like cryptids, that it's almost like how bear get blamed for everything. Everything that goes wrong in the woods seems like it's always a bear. And I'm like, okay, like it's not always the bear. But, so I
or
think the big
Yogi.
yeah, no, I hear it all the time, like all these disappearances and the stuff that goes on. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's probably a bear." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, everything's a bear," So, but, I mean, if dogmen are real, and all these other cryptids that are floating around, I mean, God knows what's going on out there.
What I do find unusual is I was sharing, there was a post that I saw on social media. It was a Facebook group about an incident that happened up here. A father and son were chased out of their camp in the dead of night by a creature making crazed sounds in the nearby woods. Well, I went back to that area to investigate it, and I did come across some strong evidence that the Sasquatch were in the area. But while I was out there, I also encountered a U.S. Forest Service employee. He was a ranger, and he really encouraged me to get out of there
Did he?
because I think they know that something was going down. And I told him I was a Bigfoot investigator. I'm out there investigating it. I found some evidence that they are in the area. And he was, again, not divulging any sort of information that he believes in it. He was just open to my conversation and he was asking me questions.
Hmm.
And I showed him some of the photographs that I have of Bigfoots in the area. And he definitely acknowledged them as curious, but
Hmm.
he didn't dismiss it. Well, I also posted some videos on this forum. The first video was very well embraced. A lot of people were engaged, and I got a lot of subscribers on my YouTube channel and a lot of hits on the video. But even more importantly, I got a ton of locals coming forward with their reports.
Hmm.
And these were people that never told anybody about their encounters because of fear of ridicule and this sort of thing. And my post on that local forum created so much enthusiasm that so many people came forward with their reports, and it was a very engaged interaction. Well, I posted a new video on there just to kind of keep people informed of what I was doing in the area. And on this post, I got a lot of backlash
Did
from
you?
hunters in the areas that said, I've been out here for 50 years. I've never seen
Yeah.
a Bigfoot. There's no evidence of them. And I was getting like like slapped upside the head by the, forest, and like, I wouldn't say forest employees, but just people that are supposedly in tune to those environments,
Yeah.
telling me I'm an idiot, telling me that I don't know the difference between this, that, the other thing. And they were absolutely trying to discredit me. And they were absolutely trying to shut me down. And it was really interesting to see this because the first post was very embracing by the community, very
Yeah.
engaged, and a lot of people came forward. And now the second time I posted on that same forum, I just got this onslaught of ridicule, abuse, and just slander from so many individuals. So I
Yeah.
definitely think I was onto something. And
Are you sure it's from individuals, or do you think it could be like maybe a like government agents, or I mean, what do you think?
um, I don't know. I don't know who's putting in those comments. They just seem
Yeah.
to be like, a local in the area. But again, some of the profiles are a little misleading because there's not a lot of information on the profile.
Right. See, sometimes, you wonder if some of them are still, fighting against, kind of continuing on with the cover up of it, and they don't want it out there, so they might get on there and start their quest to belittle you and try to discredit you.
I definitely found a difference between those two posts pretty surprising. It
Yeah.
definitely seemed like I got the community enthusiastic about the topic. And then the second post, people were trying to shut me down.
Yeah. That's
So
odd. It is odd, Darren. What's your YouTube channel? You said it's Squatch Spot?
Squatch Spot, like Sasquatch,
Yeah.
SQATCH Spot.
Okay. How many videos do you have up there?
I think there's about 70 out there right now.
Wow. Okay.
But I
A
was trying
lot
to
of
make
stuff.
a video every week and try to get out there. And my earlier videos are definitely cringeworthy material, pretty
Oh, they
pretty
always
ridiculous
are.
stuff. But I
Yeah.
think I'm getting better.
It's all in the beginning of any podcast or, anything. It's always like you go back and like, oh my gosh, it was just awful or, cringeworthy. But so, everybody knows that the start of stuff's always, it gets better as it goes, as it gets more seasoned. But that's amazing. I can't wait to watch some of this stuff. That
Yeah,
sounds
I used to work for a cruise ship, and for 18 years I traveled the world extensively. And unfortunately, in 2016, the cruise line was purchased by a new company. And in
hmm
2017, they let go a lot of their senior management, and I was in senior management. So that's why I had so much time to do my solo backpacking, and I was going all over the United States. I went to over a dozen BFRO expeditions across the United States, and really enjoyed going out with the BFRO and learning a lot about Sasquatch research and going to all these
hmm
different areas across the country. And then I moved into my home here in the Sierra foothills where I can continue my own investigation. And when I was first laid off, I created a website, squatchbot.com, and I had it set up to be an Amazon affiliate website. So
hmm
the idea was I was posting stuff, and if people were purchasing stuff through my site, I was getting a commission from Amazon. And then I decided I would make YouTube videos to try to divert traffic over to that website. And the website never got off the ground. I discovered that they had a lot of interesting Bigfoot stuff on Amazon, but I never received one penny from Amazon. So I didn't
hmm
reach their target, and they pulled the plug on it. But at that point, I was generating a lot of enthusiasm with my YouTube channel, just getting out there and doing my YouTube videos. And people were engaged in the project. The site wasn't monetized. I wasn't making money on my YouTube videos. I was
Right.
just creating the videos at that point just because I enjoyed going out into the woods looking for Bigfoot, and I enjoyed the whole creative process of making the videos. So that's how
That's
the
just
YouTube channel kind of came to be. And I stuck with it because I now have, I don't know, well over 3,000 subscribers. And a lot of these subscribers are really engaged in what I'm doing. So
yeah, yeah. Really
it's a nice
cool.
project. It's fun. It's a good hobby. My family doesn't like me doing it. And it was funny
Yeah,
because
I
I
bet.
have siblings that are non-believers. They don't believe in Bigfoot, and they used to, pound me upside the head for years and years and years that I was absolutely ridiculous believing in such a creature.
Not funny.
Well,
You've seen one. You've seen it with your own eyes, and they still don't believe you.
they still don't believe me, but now that I brought hair to the table, footprint impressions, and now I've photographed them a number of times,
Mm-hmm.
I've got some family members that are definitely changing their tune and
Oh,
really
yeah.
encouraging me to get the hell out of the forest.
I know. I was going to say that's why I told you need to get a partner, at least somebody that's out there with you. My God.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
do hope I will eventually meet somebody interested in doing some Bigfooting, because it's not fun when you're doing that nighttime surveillance and you're just sitting there alone in the dark and waiting for
Yeah.
something to happen. And on my last outing, I had some equipment failures and I saw a possible orb, which
Mm-hmm.
is now the second time that I've seen an orb in the woods during technical failures. So I think
What
that's
do you
interesting.
I've seen, yeah, we've had them in the back of the house. I've had so many experiences with like, all kinds of stuff. It's my whole life. It's like my whole life story. That's why I started this podcast, because I'm like, holy, I need to share all this stuff. What do you think the correlation could potentially be, if any, between like the Bible and, God, fallen angels, that type of stuff, and what's going on with Bigfoot, Dogmen, ETs, that type of stuff?
Really interesting. I was sharing like ideas of what the Bigfoot might be, and it's interesting that the Nephilim theory is getting a lot of traction lately within the Bigfoot community.
Mm-hmm.
The idea being there were 6 angels that were cast out of heaven. Satan was one of them, and 5 of those angels were scattered across the lands here on Earth. They're all over the planet. So you have these 5 demons that are
Mm-hmm.
scattered about, and the idea is the Nephilim are the Bigfoot. They are described as haired-covered giants, and the Nephilim are grabbing female humans, dragging these women back to the demon, and the demon are procreating with them, and they're producing Nephilim. The idea there is that eventually these demons will have enough Nephilim to battle humanity in the end of days.
Yeah.
Now, what's concerning about that whole thing is the Catholic Church came forward and said the Bigfoot cannot be the Nephilim because the Nephilim were destroyed during the Great Flood. Well, a lot of theologians out there believe that those demons that were still here are immortal. So even though the Nephilim perished, the demons were still out there. And so the demons started procreating with the descendants of Noah to produce more Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the idea that's out there. The Bigfoots are the Nephilim, and we're going to be battling with them at the end of days. And that's all very concerning, because
Yeah.
when they're saying they have like the Yowie and they have, these other, the Siberian snowman and the Yeti and all this,
Mm-hmm.
there are genetic differences. There are differences in appearance when it comes to the Bigfoots, the Yeti, the Yowie. They don't look the same, but they're very similar creatures.
Yeah.
And what could be explaining that is the genetic environmental evolution. So the demons are procreating with females of that area, and they're producing a Bigfoot type creature, but it's different because the gene pool in that area is different.
Is different. Yeah. Your voice
So,
keeps going in and out, Darren. I don't know what's going on there. It's weird.
oh,
Um, yeah,
was it doing it before or just
yeah,
recently?
no, it just started doing a little, just like maybe a couple minutes ago. It's just kind of going in and out a little bit. I don't know if you were pulling maybe your device away from your mouth or not. I wasn't sure. You can still hear you, but it gets like a little bit low. So I just want,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, that's I've actually thought about all of this. I know that Robin had told me that when she had spoken with the Bigfoot, that they said they are not Nephilim, that they're not the Nephilim, and that they're just they were created by the star people, which I believe are the Watchers. I believe that the ETs, now, and I could be wrong. I mean, this is just what I feel. We all have our, our theories about things, and I feel that there's a very strong possibility that the Watchers that fell, the 200 Watchers that fell, created, the ETs, and and then they kind of spliced into the DNAs, and they created the Bigfoot, if they're not the Nephilim. So we just don't know. But I thought I'd ask you. what you thought it could be, like if there's any kind of, correlation to it in your mind.
Well, the Nephilim theory is definitely interesting because it would explain the different variations we have around the world
Yeah.
with the Yowie and so on. Excuse me, my voice is kind of cutting out on its
No,
own
I know.
here.
It's okay. It's okay. You're doing good.
But
Yeah, that's
and it would make sense that the Nephilim would be living in a primitive way. It would make sense why they would be living in, on the ground. They'd be living in these nests and so on because they're primitive creatures. They're just animals that are out collecting more DNA for the demons. They're just like drones or
yeah,
worker bees. So it would kind of explain that. It would also explain that they might have some unusual abilities like
yeah,
being able to manipulate your mind and use infrasound and that sort of thing.
yep.
Uh,
It's the angel DNA in them. Yep.
exactly. But to think that they're, I don't know, that's all very concerning stuff. And I've given it some thought, and that's just one theory out there that I think is gaining a
Huh.
lot of traction and momentum because
Yeah.
I still don't buy the whole interdimensional thing because they'd be showing up in, Central Park. They'd be showing up in downtown Chicago. They'd be showing up in areas where there's readily available resources. They wouldn't be
Yeah.
restricted to these very remote locations. And you have these habituation sites where these people are interacting with the same Bigfoots for years, and the
Yeah.
Bigfoots seem contained in that environment. They don't seem to be, you
Maybe
know,
there's a law. Maybe they have a law in order to keep themselves away from humans that's allowed them to exist as long as they have pretty much, unharmed in a sense where they're not allowed to interact with humans, maybe
uh,
and maybe there's something that they're not allowed to do.
well, there's an
So,
interesting discussion that I had recently about Theodore Roosevelt was responsible for protecting a lot of the forest lands in this area. And
yeah.
he writes about Bigfoot in The Wilderness Hunter. So Theodore Roosevelt believed in Bigfoot, it seems. And he may have
Encounter,
been,
had an encounter with them or one.
well, he writes about the trappers that were supposedly killed by a Bigfoot. I guess there was two trappers, and one was killed, and the other one got out of there. But he saw some footprints or something in the area.
Okay.
But so the idea that Theodore Roosevelt knew the Bigfoots existed, and then Theodore Roosevelt was a major player with protecting a lot of the forest lands. And there's people that kind of had that conspiracy theory that they knew about Bigfoot back then and they were setting aside land for the Bigfoots to live. And the conspiracy goes on even further that JFK was going to inform the public that we do have aliens living among us because
Mhm.
in this storyline, the Bigfoots are aliens. And he was going to reveal to the world that aliens are real, they're living among us. And some of the power players did not like that idea. So
They killed
they,
him. Yeah.
yeah. And
Well,
that's
that between that and the
concerning.
Federal Reserve and the IRS and everything else you wanted to get rid of, I mean, my God, he was, yeah. This whole thing, it's so big, isn't it? It's just such just the scale that all this is on. It's incredible. It's just incredible.
And I think it's just an exciting mystery. I've experienced them. I know they're there, and I just want to
Yeah.
learn more and get out there.
I
I
don't
don't
blame
really
you.
buy into all these conspiracies and all that. And like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
if these are star people, if they are interdimensional people, wow, just think of what they could do for humanity if
Hmm.
we made friendly relations with them.
If they
And
would
like I
do
said, they could have the cure for cancer and they can
it. Yeah.
really take humanity to a whole new level. And I think that is incredible to think of that
Yeah.
to me, how the Bigfoots can how we can help each other.
I
I think that's incredible.
Robin said that they told her that they're not allowed to interfere with humanity. That's their law. Now, there's rogue ones that obviously do, but
It sounds like the Star Trek Prime Directive. It
yeah,
seems I
It's
don't
there's
know.
just so much. Like there's so many people that have so many different experiences, and there's so much going on, and it's just like you can't even wrap your mind around some of it. Like it's an overload. It's an overload of everything between people seeing ETs and UFOs and dogmen and Bigfoot and mermaids and goatmen and like skinwalkers and vampires. And I mean, it's just like this goes on and on and on. I mean, how do you process all this? You know?
Well, I don't necessarily, I'm not on board with all those other creatures. I know the Bigfoots are real 100% because I've
Yeah.
experienced them. They're out there.
I can't
Uh,
wait till you see a dog man. I really pray. I pray to God you see a dog man and you live to tell this story. And I can't wait to hear this one.
oh
You know,
dear.
I mean, could you imagine though? Like, I would love for you to be able to see one that, was obviously let you go, that you didn't have any problems with it. But, just to see one, and validate that, yeah, this stuff's real. I saw it.
Well, it is concerning that so many of the locals here are coming forward with their stories of these other creatures.
Yeah.
So it is very unusual. I was in on the East Coast. Uh, it was the ship I used to work for. We used to go into Bar Harbor,
Hmm.
and we used to go to Portland as well.
Yeah.
And I was always trying to get to the Cryptozoology Museum up there, and I wasn't able to get up there for one reason. They were, I guess, relocating the museum. And then on one time I went up there on vacation. I was vacationing in the East Coast and went up there, and they were closed. But I finally got to go there, and I got to meet Lauren, which was really cool. And he has written so many books on various cryptids, and his museum is definitely a dedication to a lot of those creatures up there in Portland, Maine. And I really enjoyed going through the museum and seeing all that stuff. But again, I'm not on board with all those cryptids, and I found it really interesting in his books talking about the triangle out there in Massachusetts, I think it was, where all these cryptids seem to be showing up, and they believe that there was some sort of porthole there or something, and they were coming in from another dimension. And all that is so terrifying for me.
It
I don't like
is.
to think about that sort of thing. And for me, Bigfoot is just an animal that seems to
Yeah.
have unusual abilities. And when people are saying they're seeing them dematerialize and they're seeing orbs,
Yeah.
the orbs, I don't know what's going on there, but maybe the Bigfoot dematerializing is just them using their infrasound in a way to disorient us. Maybe it's just they're not actually disappearing, they're just making us perceive that they're disappearing. I think it would
Yeah.
be something that we would need to get on camera to really verify it.
I talked to a legitimate government agent that hunts them for the government. And he said he's taken out many that he knew were good ones, but they were assigned to kill whenever there were problem areas where people were, missing or whatever, they were spotted where they were like harassing campers, things like that. He said he had one in his crosshairs, in his gun, in his rifle, and it literally just disappeared.
Wow,
He
that's
said there was
concerning.
nothing, nowhere it could have gone without him seeing it. He said he's been hunting him for 30 years. His father hunted him before him. They were taken out of the military. He said you had to have 2 confirmed kills in order to be asked to do this, and then you had to be in the military for so long. And he said, and he signed up to do this because his dad did it, and he said it literally just disappeared into thin air. So yeah, it's
Wow.
pretty
And it's
good.
concerning because I talked about the military showing up here
Yeah,
after that rash of sightings.
they were there to
Uh,
hunt them. They were there.
yeah. And now this family that I told you perished up in the mountains here. The first people that showed up, a lot of the people were the feds. The federal
Right.
investigators showed up. So I found that really surprising that local law enforcement had engaged, but the majority of that opening investigation was federal agencies,
Yeah.
which was kind of surprising. And they did shut down the whole area to prevent people from going up there. So are the Bigfoots living in the abandoned mines up there? I don't know, but this
They'll
is
shut
twice
down the
now.
area. They shut it down, and then they'll bring in the black ops operatives, that the hunters that'll come in, hunt them, and they will kill them. That's usually whenever there's anything that goes on where somebody ends up, dead. where human beings are affected by it, they'll close the area down. That's what the government agent told me. He said they close the area off, and they come in, they bring them in through helicopters or however they get there, and they hunt them and they kill them. And that's what they do. They said they've gone into caves, they found bones of children.
Well, I like the fact that the government's protecting us. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really don't like to think about this sort of thing happening. I'm out there looking for an undiscovered ape species. I'm out there looking for an animal. I don't want to be.
Yeah, you might be surprised, Darrin. You're dealing with something that's a whole different scale than you ever imagined. And
no, I don't want to hear all this.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You better at least get a partner with you or somebody, because they, there's a lot of stuff going on with this. And there's, and I talked to somebody on the regular that lives around them. She won't, I'm supposed to go down and see her, but she lives amongst them, and they communicate with her, and they heal her when she gets sick. They actually show up cloaked, and they heal her. They love her, they care about her, and they're good. They're good. The ones that she's around are good ones. She's run into bad ones. There was one that actually tried to kill and eat a child they were with, and she they got out of there. But so there are bad ones, but they have some really crazy abilities here, and it definitely seems like there's something a lot more to it than just being an animal, from the stuff I've heard. So I don't know.
And even with what I've experienced, and when I say that up here along this mountain range, the military showed up twice, or federal agencies showed up, that is concerning. That definitely puts them in a different category. And I have experienced an orb on more than one occasion, these orbs moving through the environment, the electronics malfunctioning. I do absolutely believe that the Sasquatch has unusual abilities. And so
I think you're still trying to justify it. Like you're trying to make it so it's like, it's okay. They're just animals that have really, really cool abilities, so you can feel safe when you're out there around them,
That's probably it. But the orbs and all that, it's definitely pointing in a direction that does put them in a weird category. That's for sure.
I know. Have you ever gone to any of those Sasquatch fests, like the places where they gather? They have like groups of people that gather, and they give information because they hold those things.
Yes, I've been to a number up in Oregon, and I also went to the was it the 50th anniversary of the Patterson-Gimlin film?
Yeah.
I went to that as well, and I was going to those as much as possible, and it was interesting. And it's so, we talk about how the Bigfoot community doesn't like to work with one another, and it's so apparent when you go to those festivals, and they have guest speakers up there. You have half the group is woo, and half the group is, the academics, and the academics and the woos. It's really embarrassing how ruthless they are. It's really awful. It makes it an unpleasant experience for everybody.
That's sad. People should just be quiet and just listen. I mean, just take in what you can have an opinion. I mean, we all have opinions about what we feel they could be, or theories on stuff. But if we all just stopped, and listened and took in all the information, we might come to some kind of a conclusion with this, But people just don't want to hear it. They just only believe what they believe, and there's no room for anything else. And you have to have
exactly like the local forums. When I was posting my videos on that forum, and I was getting that backlash. The backlash, I do think that there was some individuals that are trying to shut me down and get me from talking about it. And I did talk to somebody about it, and I didn't really realize that it might not be so positive, me sharing my stuff with the local population, because although I got a lot of reports out of it, and I got a lot of people interested in what I'm doing, I also might be making people a little more concerned about the forest environment and that sort of thing. And you don't want to be scaring people out of the woods and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's sad that, telling the truth it's always, it gets to this point where if it's something people are afraid of or they don't want to hear, it becomes like that fear mongering. That's what it's called, and you're just trying to share the truth. And that's what's so sad.
Yeah, it's really not a good situation. I will say the trolls have left me alone for the most part on my YouTube channel. They were really ruthless to begin with. And I
Mm-hmm.
had some prominent A-listers that think they're the who's who in the academic circles when it comes to Bigfoot. They were just flat out ruthless. And yeah, so what do you do? But
Sad.
I will say, for the most part, they've left me alone.
That's good though. That's really good.
Yeah.
Well, it was so good having you on, Darren. I hope you come on again. Like as you're going through this stuff, I'd like you to, come on now and then, like drop in now and then and tell me some of your new adventures if you find out anything. Because it's so, I mean, I don't know anything either. I'm just kind of winging it and, you just get feelings about stuff, but really in the end, you really don't know much of anything about them. So it's
You
always
definitely
fascinating.
seem way more informed. I mean, you definitely have been investigating it. You definitely
Yeah.
have, your ear to the ground. So you definitely have some insight into it. I might be saying these are animals, but I am definitely,
Yeah.
on that spectrum, leaning towards more extraordinary beings than just animals. So I
There
do.
seems it, doesn't it? Like the stories and the encounters, it's like they can't just, I mean, you just can't imagine.
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. In your research, why is the government trying to shut this down? I would think that the Catholic Church, being a major
Hmm.
power on the planet, would not want it out because of, various religious reasons. But why would the government want to keep this under wraps, and why wouldn't they want to make contact and take it to the next level?
I think they're all interconnected. I think that, the government, it's all interconnected with each other. And we know whenever the higher ups make a decision, it kind of spreads out to all of, everybody. So I just feel like it's all being, I mean, the Roman Catholic Church has what is it like what is it called? The astronomy tower is out in Arizona. I mean, what the hell is that doing out in Arizona? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh my gosh. Look, do some check into the Catholic Church having I think it's called, I think the name of it is Lucifer. Believe it or not.
There you go.
This stuff gets, you can't make this stuff up. Like it has to be all interconnected. And I truly, what I believe, being I am a Christian, but I believe it's all biblical. I believe this is all biblical. But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not saying I know because I don't know. It's just a feeling that you get that this is all part of the big plan, or the war that we're going through down here. Even the Bigfoot they've told Robin that they're waiting for this great war, this great battle to break out.
So are we talking about the end of days, Nephilim, demon type thing?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. That it's just that's what I feel. I've had so many conversations with God. I've had God answer me in the craziest ways. I've had miracle healings. Even last night he answered a prayer of mine right there on the spot, and I just started laughing because it was comical. But like I've had visions of stuff. I've had dreams, and have been told people are going to die, that they die within days. I have proof of it. Like I have documentation of it. I get all kinds of stuff that happens with me. So it's like, and it's just something that my empathic side feels that it's biblical. This is all biblical somehow. And I do believe there is a God, and I believe there is the devil, and I believe that this is all part of it's all, interlinked. So, but I mean, like I said, I could be wrong, and I mean, who knows? I mean, we're not experts on it, and that's what we're here for, is to find answers, to see if our theories are correct, or maybe parts of our theories are correct. I don't know.
So what
I
I
just,
know.
I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, I have a problem with this whole thing between God and the forces of evil. I don't understand how humanity got stuck in the middle of all this, but I mean, I try not to think like that, but I just I feel resentful, that we
Yeah.
seem to be the victims of everything. And the
There was a
target,
very wise Native American woman that lives in the area, and she told me that the I'm losing my voice here, excuse me.
It's okay.
She told me that the whole Bigfoot quest is a calling. The Bigfoots are calling out to you, and that's where that fever comes from, to investigate this phenomenon. It's actually the Bigfoots that are calling you to the quest for some reason. I find that interesting because I do
Yeah.
seem to end up where they are. I
Yeah.
tend to show up at locations where I encounter them.
I do think they choose certain people for purposes. I'm not sure what. And it does seem like they want to be seen more than they ever did. Like they want to kind of come out, and maybe that's part of a plan. Maybe there's an agenda here. I don't know. But it does seem like the sightings have really picked up. And
Mm.
I don't know why, if that's purposefully or if it's, accidentally. It just seems like they're losing their care or fear of being known, you know? So I just don't know. There's
Yeah,
just
who
so
knows
much
if that's a good thing or a bad
yeah,
thing.
we don't know. We don't know. And like I said, there might be good ones, or maybe they're tricking us. Maybe they're making us feel that they're good, and they're leaving us alone to make us believe that they're kind or they're peaceful. And it's all just, part of, and maybe there's some that are just so evil that they can't control themselves. Or maybe it's a way for them to keep us, they don't want to be hunted. They know that every time somebody does pick off a human, that the army shows up or the feds, and then they get
Yeah.
hunted down and killed. So they don't bother with humans, but then some don't care. Some just don't give a crap and they just do it anyway. But I just don't know. I mean, it's there's so many ideas and thoughts that come to you when you're doing this research and trying to find the truth of all this. And it's so epic. It's so huge. The scale this is on is just massive. It's mind bending. Being a human, you're just this little human that, we're just trying to survive in this world and go to work and have families and live a normal life. And then you've got all this supernatural stuff that's around us that you just can't even, you have to try to, allow yourself to accept it, that it's real, that it's happening, that these creatures exist. And then possibly then God exists and the devil exists and there is a war going on, and that this is all part of it, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That there are mermaids, and there are that there's thousands of people across the world for hundreds of years, centuries, that are saying they've seen mermaids. How do you discount all that? How do you say you don't believe all these people around the world, for
And
all
just
these
the local population here, just coming up with all these different cryptids just here in
yeah
the mountains of California.
yeah how do you say that you don't believe that? How can you not believe them? You know, People, I mean, this is even in the pyramids, they found hieroglyphs and stuff and drawings of this stuff from back when. I mean, it's how can you not believe it? It's just it's crazy. It's just so
I'm just
that's
looking for a monkey in the woods. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for ET. I'm not looking
yeah.
for any of that stuff. I'm just looking for Harry and the Hendersons.
Well, they say if you do run into one or have a bad encounter, you start praying, and they typically leave you alone. And there's been a lot of people that have had encounters with really bad stuff, and they've started praying or, talking to the Lord or whatever, and all of a sudden they left them alone. I don't know if that happens for everybody because we don't get to talk to the people that disappear and they never come back, but it is definitely a weapon that supposedly we have to combat this. So, just remember that. I mean, when you're out there,
And it's interesting that that boy that I told you that was riding his bike and the Bigfoot came after him. And the
yeah,
Bigfoot had the glowing red eyes. And the little boy said that this was a demon. This was
yeah.
something evil. It was like a demon thing. That boy came from a very religious family and is very much uh, a believer in Jesus and God and all that. So that may have been what saved that little boy.
Yeah, supposedly the people that are saved we actually have a halo that's over our heads. Like we, there's a mark on us that you can distinguish if you're with God or you're not.
I
And
hope I have that mark. That's all I can say.
yeah,
I've
yeah,
had
like
some unusual things happen in my life. Like you mentioned that you had predicted death. I have
yeah,
had visions of death that have come true.
me too.
My sister recently, I came into my living room one day and I was overwhelmed with grief and a vision that my sister was sick. And we got her to get to the doctors and get that checked out. And it turned out she had cancer. And it was a very good thing that I had that premonition because it may have saved her life.
Mm-hmm.
And I have had experience like this in the past with a vision I had of my mother's death and my father's death and my brother's death. And
Yeah, I
the
get that
people in
too.
my,
Isn't it awful?
yeah, the people, I think my mother, she actually raised me as a single parent and she died when I was 13 in a car accident.
Oh,
And I was very vivid of seeing her picking up a shattered birthday cake on the ground. And she was killed in a car accident on her way to delivering a birthday cake to my brother's birthday. So I had told people in my circle of that experience, this 13-year-old kid. And
mm-hmm.
so they were all aware of that. When it happened, they knew that I had predicted it and I had seen it somehow. So I tend to think that it was my mother preparing me for that
Wow.
eventuality, but maybe it is some sort of heaven sent thing. And hopefully I am being protected by some higher power because I don't want
Yeah,
to be abducted. And I don't want the
I
dog people or the goat people or the mermaid people or any of those other crazy cryptid things out there to come get me
oh
when
my
I'm
God.
tromping around in the woods at night.
I know. I definitely wouldn't want to be eaten. I can tell you that much. That just sounds just horribly, just horrific. I mean, it's like you got to be kidding me. I mean, that's just sick and twisted, especially if they're part human. I mean, these beings are all supposed to be part human, and it's like, oh my God, why would they do that to you? But we just don't know. I mean, if they are evil, if they are demonic in some way, I feel like I was talking to Robin quite a bit about it, and I kind of started falling into the belief that, oh, they're all so great, they're just a tribe of men and this and that, and I felt God just be like, he was like, Tracy, no, these are, I told you what they were. They're this is not what you think it is. You're being misled. And I feel in my heart that it's something, it's to tread lightly with, be careful that you get lost along the way into being so fascinated with them, and trying to believe that they're so good and everything, and you might be entertaining demons. I mean, we just don't know. So I try to kind of hold back a little bit, pull myself back and say, okay, let's just, let's talk about them and learn about them, but don't fall into believing anything, because you just don't have that information. So
And the demons would definitely be tricksters. They would definitely be trying to
yeah,
lead us down the wrong road.
right. And that one of the ways of doing that would be to make us think that they're befriending us. That would
Exactly.
be the ultimate way to trick us. And so like I said, I mean, I just have to be cautious with it, because I don't want to be convincing people of something that isn't the truth, and that goes against what they are, and then puts people in danger. So I want to be really careful with this. I just can't. I have to be very careful. And I don't want to upset God either. I don't want to be out there saying, hey, Bigfoots are your best friends. They're great, and then, it turns out in the end they're demons, so we just don't, I just don't know. I don't know.
But I definitely think that quest for knowledge is important. I think it's very important that we get some answers and we find out what's going on here.
Yeah.
Because if they are extraterrestrial, like I said, they could take humanity in a whole new direction. They can really, you know, do some amazing things if we were to befriend them. If they are
Yeah.
demons and these are the Nephilims and we're going to be battling them in the end of days, boy, I would definitely want to postpone that end of days
I
for as
know
long
I
as
would
I could. So it
too.
would be important to raise the alarm and make people aware of what's going on.
I know. And I think
Um,
that's part of the reason the army and the government hunts them, because I think they've caught them and they've experimented on them, and they know a great deal more than they would ever let on. They know what they are. They know. I'm sure of
Mm.
it. Our technology we have is insane. I mean, I believe we're so much more advanced than they let on that we are. So there's just, God, I don't know. This stuff is fascinating. The people you meet along the way, like it just, the people that you meet and you get to talk to and hear their encounters and stuff. It just makes it more and more fascinating as you go.
I miss Ron Moorhead. Ron Moorhead used to live up
Oh,
here,
I
and
know.
just prior to me moving here, uh, he and I used to sit down and have coffee and lunch and talk Squatch. And he's
Mm-hmm.
definitely so knowledgeable on the topic. And though his theories may be not embraced by everybody, I definitely think he's on the right track, and he definitely has some answers that are pretty similar to where you're coming from that standpoint.
Yeah.
But he has enlightened me to a lot of interesting things about the Sasquatch that does put them in a biblical realm, in that kind of mindset. So I definitely
Yeah.
miss him being here. His One of his daughters used to live near my sister, and it was just nice having him around. But he's up in Washington now, so
Oh, why'd
I
he move?
miss our talks.
What was the reason that he moved?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
He moved right, I think, right before I got laid off on the ship, right before I moved here.
yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, he's a
yeah,
great guy. I know Ron's a really great guy, and
he was doing a talk up in Washington this weekend. I was really hoping to get up there and go
hmm
to that symposium. There was Cliff Barackman was up there, and I still have yet to get to Cliff's museum, and Ron was going to be talking, but yeah, I just can't. I couldn't swing it financially. Things have been difficult because of COVID, and
I know.
just trying to get back
Oh,
on track, and it's been a difficult process.
I know this stuff is it's all great. I know. I want to get out west again. Maybe I could go hunting with you a couple times. Get
It'd
out there.
definitely be fun.
They're
I'd
like,
have somebody
wow.
to give up as an offering. No, it would be. It's always good to go into the woods with somebody you can outrun. That's what they say.
I
But
know, I know. I have to start practicing my jogging ahead of time. Really start sprinting. Be like,
I'm out there
okay,
alone. My niece Allie, when she was here, we used to go out because Allie, I wouldn't say she's the tomboy of the family, but there
mhm.
were four girls, and she definitely is the hunter.
Yeah.
She's involved in mixed martial arts. She did some cage
Oh,
fighting, and she's just hardcore. She's like more hardcore than I am when it comes to like combat and that sort of thing.
yeah.
And she really wants to experience the Bigfoot and to come up with her own answers. And the two of us have gone out Bigfooting quite a bit when she was living here, and it was great having her around because I just felt more secure. I mean, you have
You
somebody
do.
there that can
Yeah.
definitely lend an ear, and I've discovered that my hearing is a little compromised. I definitely have to get it checked out, but
Hmm.
when I'm out in the woods, she hears stuff that I'm completely oblivious to, and I don't hear until I review on the audio and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But that's a concern because when you see me out tromping around the woods on my videos and I'm hearing something, that means whatever I was hearing was a lot closer than what I was actually perceiving.
Yeah,
And
you're doing some crazy things, I think.
I do think it's a little concerning. This last video that I was watching recently was me in this area that I called Area X. It's where I'm getting those unusual EMF readings and I'm seeing those blurred figures moving through the
hmm
woods. Well, I was hiking out of that area and we had this incredible windstorm that dropped a lot of trees in the area. So it was very difficult for me to move through the environment. And it took me a lot longer to get out of the woods and get back to my vehicle. But I was hearing something very large moving in the environment around me. And so at that point, you don't want to be, blindly roaming through the woods. You just hunker down. You just hunker
Yeah.
down in your location and you prepare yourself for an encounter. And so I just hunkered down. I got up, against a tree there and I got my equipment out and I just started scanning the area and I couldn't see anything on the floor.
hmm
And it's very concerning to think that if these things had cloaking technology, they could have been in very
Right.
close proximity to me. And the fact that I was getting unusual EMF readings in that area was concerning that maybe there was something going on that I
That,
wasn't aware of.
yeah, that is definitely just, I don't know. I just think that, you definitely need to get some, you know, gosh, I don't know. It just, wow, you have guts. I'll tell you. You
I
really
spend so
do.
much time out in the woods, and I really haven't started getting concerned until I start hearing these stories and like this
Yeah,
mysterious family that passed away up here, and I'm hearing all this stuff that you're telling me, and a lot of other people are saying in their reports. But yeah, they've never harmed me. I do think they've been in very close proximity to me on numerous occasions, and they've left me alone for one reason or another. And this Native American woman is saying it's a calling. They're calling for you. They are summoning you. That's why you keep encountering them.
right.
They're revealing themselves to you. They're calling out to you. So all that is just really, really amazing, I think. And it just really fuels my passion for investigating this phenomenon because
Try
I
to
do.
open up to them too, like as far as telecommunication.
A lot of people say that, try to send out, uh, messages and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Um, I do think there's something unusual going on. I do say I'm looking for an animal, and like you said, maybe that's just a way of me calming my nerves because I'm
mhm,
going into environments that are really potentially, dangerous, and I don't like the idea of being abducted and experimented on and eaten for lunch. So maybe that is why I'm saying this is an
yes,
animal out there. If it wanted to kill me, it would have done so, you know, 50 times previously when I encountered them. They're leaving me alone, and I don't
yeah,
feel so threatened. But maybe that mindset needs to change because I do think they hit me with infrasound. Those audio files and those video files, the digital files were missing from the device,
that's
from three
crazy.
separate devices. And the only way you can remove digital information like that is to manually get hold of the device and to
Mhm,
manually delete it from the file. That's the
right.
only way you can delete those. And so something unusual happened there because I had three pieces of technology all experiencing the same phenomenon. I
It's
was on a
just,
Bigfoot expedition in Oregon, and I hear this loud crack in the middle of the night. Open my eyes, and this ball of bluish light, an orb, comes floating past my tent in the middle of the night.
hmm
There's no rational explanation for what that ball of light was. It could not have been ball lightning. It was an orb. It was an orb that floated past my tent. And speaking with the locals, they said they were seeing a lot of orbs out in the woods. They don't know what they are, but a lot of people attribute it to Bigfoot phenomenon. I was out in the woods just recently during the full moon earlier this month, and my electronics were malfunctioning again. And I
yeah,
saw an orb moving around the environment. I was up in that area where that tree fall happened. I was having technical difficulties with my FLIR unit, but it captured a Sasquatch standing right in front of me that I didn't see. And also I had a camera project running. A ball of light floated past my camera and was captured on a number of pictures because there were deer in the area that triggered the camera.
hmm
So this ball of light, was it a Bigfoot coming to inspect my cameras in their ball state? Some people believe that Bigfoot can turn into an orb and move through an environment. I will
yeah,
say it's unusual that next to my game cameras, there's rock stacks that are appearing at flanking the cameras. And some believe that the Bigfoots put those rock stacks there to warn others to avoid the cameras. So there is something going on here. There's orbs moving through our forests. I do think the Bigfoot has the ability to cloak. There's a number of
yeah,
reasons why I think this. One that I've shared on my videos is the EMF detection that I'm getting in areas where Bigfoots have been spotted. The
mhm,
EMF detector is registering electromagnetic fields in the area. I'm seeing that mirrored effect, that blurred figure moving through the woods. There's something there. There's something there that's creating that phenomenon. And also, when I'm in that environment, I'm getting very anxious. I'm getting very nervous and scared. And a lot of people believe that you're picking up subconsciously the dangers that are there.
yeah,
And that's why you're getting scared and you want to get out of there. but I hold my ground. I continue to do readings. I continue to monitor the environment. And then I go back to those same locations and there's nothing. There's no EMF readings. There's no blurred figures. There's no nervousness. So the
Right.
environment has changed. And if it's the Bigfoot, if they can cloak, if they are part of this demon war and this end of days that we're eventually going to be dealing with, that's all very concerning.
Yeah. I believe when we get the warning, like that little boy felt there was something demonic, I believe it's either the Lord or it's the angel that is supposed to be assigned to us for life. That when we're born, we're assigned an angel, and there's various times through life that we might have more than one that come to help, but we're assigned one that walks with us through life that protects us. We're also assigned 3 demons, where there's right at birth or even in the womb, we've got demonic, entities that are attached to us. And so there's this battle going on at all times. But I do believe that we get messages from that angel, especially if you're somebody that has like some kind of psychic ability, which you are, then you're gonna hear and feel it, especially. So I do believe it warns us and protects us and tells us to get out.
And I have pulled out of areas. So I've gotten in a position where I'm like, I'm out of here. In the
Mm-hmm.
encounter that I had on March 3rd, I pulled out. I got out of there. But I did return later, and I didn't experience so much of that fear. And I did discover the hair samples, and I did discover the nest site. So really an amazing mystery. But tromping around the woods, seeing the footprints, seeing the bedding areas up against the brush, seeing the nest sites, to me really does paint these as a primitive being that are following migratory movement patterns, that are,
Mm-hmm.
following the deer herds, that are going down into the San Joaquin Valley to raid the orange crops that are there nestled up along the side the Sierra Nevada mountains. These things are hunters, they're gatherers, they're out there looking for resources. But then
Yeah,
on the flip side,
they live like cavemen.
they look like cavemen. And on the flip side, you got them poking around in industrial areas where power is being produced. There were a lot of sightings. I was on the Tennessee-Alabama border, and I received a number of firsthand reports from eyewitnesses that were seeing an albino Sasquatch moving around in this area. There was 40 people that saw it. They were having an outdoor wedding reception, and there's a white albino Bigfoot right there. That's the only thing it could be. And so all these reports coming in, one was from a retired police officer. I had to go investigate. I went into that area. I discovered a nuclear power plant.
Oh my
Is it
God.
possible this Bigfoot is getting into the plant and being exposed to some sort of radiation that is changing its color of
Oh
its
yeah.
fur? Who
Yeah.
knows? Who knows? But I think it's strange that all these people are seeing an albino Bigfoot, and there happens to be a nuclear power plant right there.
There's one
So,
spotted in Pennsylvania too. They said actually there's quite a few spottings of white albino Bigfoots in Pennsylvania. So I don't know if it's limited to an area or areas. I don't know. It's interesting. But Robin said that they're all different, that they're just like humans. They've got different hair colors, different looks, different features. Like they're different, just like we are, because they're part human. She said they're part, I mean, they look like if you took a caveman drawing and you put hair on the caveman, or if you shaved a Bigfoot, that's what they look like. That's what I find interesting. So is the whole theory of the cavemen, is that all false? Did the government use that like a Bigfoot and they shaved it down and made it look, like it was human, and that's the theory that we went off of to say that that's what we came from? I mean, it's odd to me that they look so much like cavemen, their features. It's crazy if without the hair, if you take the hair away. And
that's again why I think they're here and now. I think they're of this planet. They're not coming from a faraway place. They're not something extraterrestrial. They're from
but then how do
this
you
world.
explain all the abilities though?
I don't know.
And how do you explain
I don't know.
how do you explain how barbaric, not barbaric, but how just animalistic they seem to be. Like they almost live like, like a gorilla or, whatever, like an animal. And yet they have these abilities. They don't, it doesn't mesh together in our world. Like our minds can't compute that, you've got this basically like this ape man that can apparate, and can hypnotize you and control you and move through move through as an orb. Like, how does this compute? It
It's
just doesn't.
difficult. I don't know how to compute it all, because we talked about, I mean, the mountain gorillas, everybody thought that they were demons, thought that they
Right.
were mystical beings and could fly and could do all these extraordinary things, until
Yeah.
science got up there and proved that they're just an animal that climbs up into the trees, or whatever they do. But
Right.
science
Right.
discovered that all that folklore was wrong. So
I hope so. I I would love for it to just be, another type of, well, really big ape or whatever it would be. I'm not sure. I mean, they're enormous.
I've seen the orbs, I've had the equipment failures, I've had,
Yeah.
the disorientation, the digital files were missing on my recorders.
Yeah.
So
It just
there
doesn't add
is
up.
something, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And
As much
talking
as you
with
want it to just
you,
be an animal, it doesn't seem like there's any possible real explanation that it is just an animal.
and like you were saying, that's probably just the way that I can calm my nerves when I'm heading out into the woods
Yeah.
looking for them, is to think that this is just an animal. But, also talking with you, it is very unsettling to think that there could be some major event happening here. These things could be extraordinary and not necessarily in a good way. And it's very concerning to think that these government agencies that are showing up when there's a rash of sightings in an area does add a lot of credibility to the fact that maybe the government is aware of them.
Hmm.
And you say that you've got people that were, you know, hired to go get rid of these
Yeah.
things because they are bad creatures. That's all very concerning, because it really does add a lot of apprehension to my quest for answers and
I
searching for
know.
these things, because yeah, we don't know. But hopefully this is, like you said, some sort of biblical thing, and hopefully that angel that was assigned to me is going to keep me protected
Protect
from
you. Yeah.
them. That little boy riding his bicycle down the dirt road here, he had God protecting him. He's
Right.
convinced of it.
Yeah.
And I've encountered Bigfoots numerous times. I've had them circling my camp at night. I've seen the red eye glow. If that's what I was seeing, I don't know. Uh, but if it was the red eye glow, they've been around me. They've gotten in very close proximity to me. The FLIR
Hmm.
footage was taken just a few feet from me. They're around me. They're in my environment, and they absolutely could have taken me out on multiple occasions, but they
Right.
haven't. So I'm hoping that maybe that angel assigned to me is doing a good
Something.
job, but
Yeah.
I hope
Protecting
he
you.
doesn't take a vacation anytime soon,
I know. I
because
know.
I'm
I just.
planning on heading back into the woods soon. I've got the FLIR charging, and I'm
Well,
anxious
you've
to
got
get.
those YouTube people that your YouTube followers they coax you and they get you all riled up to get out there and want to kind of feed them what they want.
No, it's
They're all
not.
safely
No,
sitting at home in back of their screen, Darrin.
it's absolutely not them. It's my passion. It's my
Yeah,
fever and
I'm
excitement for the
teasing.
phenomenon.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what gets me out there, looking for
I know.
answers, because I know these things are out there, and I'm in the minority of those who know. I'm one
Yeah,
of the knowers, and it's just that excites me to think that I'm special in some way.
yeah. It is
And
cool though. I don't blame you.
and I like discovering concrete physical evidence that has my brother going, holy crap, you're right. Having all these naysayers and people that have been, pounding me from day one, all those bullies in high school and all those difficult people you deal with in your life, and to just, be on top for a little bit on something is just
Hmm.
really a good feeling, to
Yeah, I know
bring
what you mean.
something to the table and have people going, wow, you've got something here.
Yeah, that's so cool. Like I said, I can't wait till you find a dog man.
No,
I
I don't
hope.
want to find a dog man. According to
I
what you're
know.
saying, I don't want to
Come
encounter
on,
one.
Darrin, you gotta find a dog man. You gotta. I want to hear of your encounter. There's a lot of people that have encounters with them that they're fine. Like they don't bother them at all. Most people, there's. I mean, if they want to get you, they're gonna get you. And these people walk away fine, but they're traumatized from it. To see that they're real.
There
I mean,
was a one of my viewers of my channel. He reached out and said, he used to live up in an area similar to mine. I think he was up near Tahoe somewhere. He used to love spending a lot of time in the woods, but he encountered a Bigfoot, and he
mhm.
said he was so traumatized that he moved to Las Vegas and he's not going back into the forest.
Yeah,
And there are reports like that where you have that up close and personal face to face encounter with them, and
yeah.
something clicks in your brain that says, this thing is evil, this thing is a monster, this thing is terrorizing, you know and you get out of that environment, you move to a big city, and you never go camping, and you never go hiking, and you never go back into the woods. And that's
That's
concerning.
what gets me is that's that feeling, if they are harmless, why do people get overcome with absolute terror? Like what we don't get overcome with that kind of feeling when we run into other things. You get scared, but this is like a feeling of absolute, like you've got to get the hell out of here now. Like run for your life.
And
It
that
just
really puts it in a whole new ballpark. Like this little
right.
boy that encountered it, he does think it's a demon, but he still goes out into the woods.
Yeah.
He still goes backpacking and trekking
And you know
around.
what's odd though is usually if the thing I have noticed there is a pattern here where once you see one, you start seeing them more. It's really odd. It's like seeing a demon and then suddenly okay, they know you saw them. They know now that they're real. So that you see them more than once, then you start seeing them recurring times. That's so many stories and encounters of people that have that happen. Like they've never seen any in their whole life. And like they're 50 years old and they see one and then all of a sudden now they're seeing them all the time.
Well,
That's
it's
really
interesting.
odd.
It's interesting that you say that because I put together a video recently. It was my New Year's countdown, and it has all the evidence that I've collected, or the majority of the evidence I collected since I moved up to my home here in the Sierra Nevada mountains. And
Mhm.
when I was going through it, I'm like, holy crap, really a lot of stuff has happened since I moved here. And, I do go out in the woods a lot. And you mentioned that my YouTubers are egging me on, and they're
Yeah.
really not. I did monetize the site eventually, and I received my first check from YouTube
Oh, that's
after
neat.
after 5 years of making
Yeah.
videos. I have enough money to fill up my gas tank in the
Yeah, I
car.
know. It
I
isn't
mean,
much,
it's
is it? You don't
nothing.
get
It's
much.
absolutely nothing. So I'm not doing it for the money,
Yeah,
and
you don't.
I'm sharing it. I do like that I have people that are interested in what I'm doing, and it does maybe stroke the ego a little bit to think that people are enjoying what I'm doing,
Yeah.
and that is a good feeling to think that you're contributing somehow. But my passion is to get out there and investigate, to be out
Yeah.
there trekking around, and to be poking around and engaging this mystery. It's like the Hardy Boys or any sort of detective story that you read as a kid,
Oh, I
where
know.
you're
I love
just
Nancy Drew.
there you go, and you're just engaged in something interesting
Yeah.
that's your little
Well,
hobby.
it's
And
fascinating. I mean, it sounds so fun to get out there in the woods and do this stuff. I'm terrified, but I would love to get out and do it. Some, not constantly, but here and there would be really cool.
is it a calling, like this Native American woman said? Is
I
there a
don't
calling to individuals to get out there? And you mentioned that once you encounter them, you seem to have more encounters. Well, going back to
know.
the me putting that video together and seeing all the stuff that I brought to the table in a short period of time. Well, it was what, since 2017, so it's been a few years. But
Wow.
every year I've got concrete stuff that's happening. I'm having encounters. I'm not seeing them. Now I did see
Right.
those things moving through the environment, but I didn't see the one that was on the floor because my equipment malfunctioned and I couldn't see in the dark. And I didn't see the one that was hiding in the brush in front of me, but was it trying to communicate with its tapping? Yeah, I don't know. But I will say, after I engaged the phenomenon and I started researching it, a lot has happened. And that calling is a little more pronounced. I am more interested in getting out, like this area that I conducted the night surveillance recently, where I saw the orb and stuff was going down that night. I do want to get back there and continue that investigation because I do think the Bigfoots are down there right now,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to get them on camera. I want to get some concrete evidence that I can share.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. It's definitely a life passion. I don't. I'm very concerned about the theories we shared today about the speculation they could be something biblical, they could be something extraterrestrial. That's
Yeah.
all very unsettling to me. But I will say, based on my investigation, there does seem to be some extraordinary things happening here. We have the military shutting down mountains, and we're having the army show up. We're having people mysteriously die in the forests, and
Yeah.
the feds showing up. So there's something concerning happening. We're seeing orbs moving through the environment. We're seeing the equipment failures. We're seeing stuff like that going on.
Yep.
So
Yep.
something extraordinary is happening. But again, like we said, we're still seeing they're primitive. They don't wear clothing. They don't have the ability to make fire. They live in little
Actually, they do. They
nests.
do make fire. It was I've had several stories where they live in they'll go into caves and they live underneath and they don't make it because of human detection. But if they're
Wow.
inside of a cave system, there have been people that have had encounters where they've gone in and they found, their camps and stuff inside caves, and where they go down in, like down deep, and they have a chimney system where the smoke, it's really odd. But that's, we're not sure if they can't make fire. So that's kind of, the jury's still out on that one.
Hmm.
So yeah, imagine that.
That's mind blowing.
Yeah, they're kept warm, and people have had, there's been encounters where people were taken in, abducted, or taken in to keep them safe or whatever. These were supposed good ones, and then they were released or they escaped. There was one man that escaped. He actually escaped them. They were trying to keep him, and he got out. So, and if these
Yeah,
stories are
it's
believable, you have to,
I
I don't
took my
know.
friend I took my friend off to a show. I was watching it for maybe 2 seasons, but it got too graphic for me because I don't really handle fear and graphic stuff well. I don't like to expose myself to it. It
Me
was a
neither.
show Supernatural
Hmm.
with Jared Padalecki and Jensen Ackles. And
Yeah.
it went on for several seasons. And I really loved the show when it first came out. But again, it was just too graphic for me. I stopped watching it. But my friend became super passionate with that show. He watched every episode religiously, and it was his show.
Hmm.
Well, he treated me, this particular friend won a jackpot at a local Indian casino for something like $160,000. And he wanted to treat me for my birthday. And he took me to a supernatural weekend long convention. And we went down there and we were, engaged in the convention. Everybody was dressed up like the characters of the show.
Hmm.
But I got to meet Jensen Ackles and Jared
Did you?
Padalecki.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a photograph taken with the two of them. They're flanking me, and it looks like I'm a character from the show. I mean, we're all dressed similarly, and we're all dressed in gray and jeans and that sort of thing. But it is really concerning to think that that photograph and my experience at the Supernatural convention has placed the whole Bigfoot thing into a similar
yeah.
situation where
Exactly that. It's
I'm one of
exactly
the Winchester boys out
that.
there investigating the demons and the
I
ghosts
can't
and
believe you just,
monsters.
yeah, I can't believe you're comparing this, because I've watched Supernatural so many times. Like I've had, I followed it for the first, I don't know how many years, and then I'm the same way. It gets too graphic. It just kept getting worse and worse, it seemed. But it really does follow the Bible. Like it follows, the biblical stories. And there are so many times when I'm doing episodes or doing research, and I relate it to supernatural. I relate it to that show that were like hunters and people that are doing investigations and research, and it's so comical that you just brought that up.
It's very concerning. I have the photograph here right in front of me on the wall.
Yeah.
And there we are. And I look like one of the Winchester boys, a little older, but it's very concerning that that's what we're engaged in now.
Yep.
Because I don't have that fancy car that they drive. I drive a 94 Nissan Altima. I've been driving since 94. So
Yeah.
this car is on its last leg. It's being held together with duct tape. I don't have a trunk full of, rock salt and,
Yeah.
holy water and all that. So it's concerning that I may be going out in the woods armed with the wrong weapons or protection.
You might need a little kit, like some stakes and holy water, and I think you need to. Somebody needs to get together and send you off this little, hunter
package.
Kit. Yeah, I'd be like, okay, because I'll tell you what. The one thing I said after hearing a lot of these stories about dogmen, I definitely feel there might be something to that silver bullet theory. Because where did that come from? Like, we suddenly now werewolves are real, and there's a legend of silver bullet. So is that accurate? I mean, that it makes you wonder. It really makes you think about that stuff. If they're demonic, and silver supposedly is a pure type of metal, maybe I don't know.
I do think there's a lot of truth from the indigenous people, from the Native Americans, for example. They are very in tune with, the environment and with the creatures in the environment.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so I'm very much embracing with their ideas, and I go out and I seek out Native Americans to talk with them. And a lot of them have, pointed me in the right direction. And I told you that one woman, she was friends with Ron Moorhead, and she lives in the area, and I spent many conversations with her, and she says it's a calling. They're calling for you. It's concerning now that you point out, or is it a Trojan horse type thing? Are they trying to lure us into a false sense of security prior to some sort of major invasion or attack? Are they trying to get information on us?
Right.
Who knows what that calling is about? But my passion is fervent. It's something I am very, very, very passionate about. I can't wait to get back into the woods and looking for the footprints, looking for the hairs, trying to capture them on camera, getting into those areas where I'm absolutely terrified, and get in there and with my EMF detector and to see if I can find electromagnetic fields, and to see if I can find some sort of concrete evidence that these things are out there.
Yeah.
And by collecting this evidence and sharing with it on YouTube and being contacted with individuals like yourself and being on a podcast, this is my first time that I've been invited on something like this. It's really amazing.
That's so neat, Darrin. I love that.
It's very thrilling. But to think that we're all coming together and we're putting the pieces of the puzzle on the table.
Yeah.
The woo group and the academics. The academics, I would say, have to loosen up a little bit, because I'm going in with the mindset that they're animals, but I've loosened up. I've investigated it to a point where there's something extraordinary about these creatures.
Yeah.
Am I signing up that they're going to abduct me, or it's the end of days? I don't know. I do know
I'm going to start praying for you. They say that prayer protects you as well. So I'm going to start praying for you, for your safety when you're out there.
Well, I appreciate that, because from what you're telling me, I'm going to need all the prayers I can get, and maybe I can get a hold of the Winchester boys to put together a care package.
They'd probably run. They'd be like, listen, we're just actors. We're not really doing this stuff. If you want to do any investigation of dogmen in Pennsylvania, the western part of Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh and Ohio area, is supposed to be just littered with sightings. And
I don't
in
want to
fact,
go after those after you're telling
yeah,
me that they're aggressive and they're going to eat me. I don't
no,
want to.
they're not aggressive. I don't think, no, I think there are some, obviously, just like I do with Bigfoot. I think there's some that are rogue ones that are, they just kill, they just like to kill or whatever. But I think, there's a lot of people that obviously see them and they live through it and they're fine. But out in the western part of Pennsylvania, they have, there's so many sightings. They have a town there named after them, and it's so
Yay.
place to see them. Yeah, it's
I
real
miss I
cool.
miss my travel days. It was such a great life. So for 18 years, I worked on board a cruise ship, and I traveled the world extensively. And I was in senior management, so I worked 4 months on the ship, and I had a 2-month paid vacation. And my 2 months were summer, and my 2 months were also winter.
Oh wow.
So during those summer vacations, I was always hopscotching across the country, going to the various BFRO expeditions with the Bigfoot
Mhm.
Field Researchers
Mhm.
Organization. And I think on the East Coast, my last expedition was in Massachusetts up there, and got to
Oh,
meet the folks from the group up there, from the chapters of the BFRO up there, and also Squatchachusetts. That's a difficult thing to say, but that group was up there.
oh
And
wow.
so I really miss those days of just carefree exploring the United States and going to different locations to investigate the Bigfoot phenomenon with the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization. It was really a great experience. We encountered them a number of times. We
Mhm.
had very unusual things happen in various locations. So these creatures are scattered across the United States and
Yeah.
across the world.
Yep.
And unfortunately, I don't have that disposable income. I can't even make it to Washington to go to that symposium I was really hoping to get to.
Yeah.
But I'm in
Can
a
you watch
good
that
location.
online?
I don't know if they're going to put that online somewhere, but I'm really anxious to get up and see Cliff's new museum up there in Boring, Oregon. I'd love to get up there and check that out. And I did go on a expedition with Cliff and Bobo in
Hmm.
2018, which was great fun to team up with those guys and head into the woods with them. Really, really a wonderful experience. And I really appreciate Cliff and what he's doing. He's very passionate about the topic, and he's always been there. Since I met him at that Bigfoot Discovery Museum in Felton, California, back in, I think it was 2007.
Hmm.
Cliff has always lended an ear. He's always been available whenever I reached out to him, and he was always very engaged in the topic. And so
Yeah.
he's really the guy that I turn to if I need to present some information or share something. He's definitely the person that I'm turning to because I really do admire his passion for the topic.
Hmm.
But hopefully things will get through COVID. I think we got about another year to get through it.
Yeah,
And
me too.
hopefully things will get back on track, and I'll be hopscotching again across the country doing some fun stuff. But right
Yeah.
now we're all kind of hunkered down still. But I'm in the Sierra Nevada mountains. I'm in
Well, yeah,
prime
you can
Sasquatch
still go out.
habitat.
Yeah, you can still go out unless they're afraid that you're going to give them COVID. They might all run away from you, thinking, if they've got a human side to them, they might be scared of it. Who knows? That's kind of
Well,
comical.
I think it's great that the location, my home is actually in an area with multiple Bigfoot sightings. It's in very close proximity to where that little boy had his encounter. I mean,
Wow,
literally, it's the same neighborhood.
it's kind of
And
scary, though.
also, were multiple sightings in the area. They don't come down off the mountains now, but it's also, I don't like that it's in close proximity to where that family perished. That's very concerning to me.
Exactly. The little boy said he was scared it was a demon, and then that family perished. That's kind of scary. That means there could be a group or even one or two of them running around that aren't so good.
It's very concerning. And also that whole
Careful.
drainage, I shared on a recent Squatch Spot episode, the sightings and where they're being spotted, and it's in very close proximity to where that family perished. I don't
Wow.
think that area is prime Sasquatch habitat because it's low. There's no tree canopy. There's no overhead canopy. It's all low sagebrush.
Yes.
So, and also the Ferguson fire torched a lot of that whole mountain range. But
Yeah.
I do think they're up there because they don't get into Yosemite National Park. There's too many people. And so if they're moving from one location to another, they go around Yosemite. And so they're taking that Chowchilla mountain range to get around Yosemite.
Yeah.
So they're definitely around, but
Well, Robin said they don't live, they actually don't reside where the sightings are. She said that they actually go through portals, and she was taken to one of their nests, where they actually really live. And she said it's nothing like, what you see when you're out looking for them, and you'll see like beds, and, she said they're just like resting points for them. They actually don't live there. So
yeah, and I
yeah,
do agree with that finding. I think it's part of their migratory movement patterns up here.
yeah,
But see, again, that migratory movement pattern, I do see a correlation with the food, readily available food
right.
sources. So it does look like these are animals that are moving, doing this migration around. I mean, it's
Well, they live
really,
wild. I mean, they obviously live like, like I said, like cavemen did. So they are going to hunt, and they're going to, that would be right. I mean, that you could see that they do that. It's just, it's just trying to connect the fact that they live so, you know, wildly, and then they've got all these abilities. We can't really grasp how how the two connect with each other. It
and I
just,
think you're absolutely right about that. We can't grasp it. Like when you say
yeah.
portholes and jumping from location to location, yeah, I'm still not on board. But
Yeah, I know it's weird. It's like, but I know Cliff believe they're animals too? He's a firm believer in them being more animalistic than like Ron Moorhead. Ron believes they're
yeah,
more spiritual, I think, and Cliff believes they're more animal.
exactly,
Yeah,
or a relic hominid or something in
right,
that category.
right.
So Cliff is definitely academic, and Ron
Yeah.
would definitely be woo. But
I'm a little bit in between, but I'm just like, you know what? My stance on it is I don't know, and I'm not going to make myself sound foolish by saying I 100% think something. I have theories, but I'm also subject to change. I'm very open to learn. Like I don't, like I'm very willing to listen to people and hear out what they have to say.
I
You
will
know.
say, with my engagement in the phenomenon, and with my investigation, and with my going to the symposiums and listening to the speakers and assimilating information online, if
Mhm.
I had to choose a camp, I would be in the woo camp,
Okay.
because the academics, they're so black and white. They're
Yeah.
completely out of touch with reality. I'm afraid to say this,
Yeah, no, that's
but
okay.
they are so in their little box that they can't see
Yeah.
outside that box. And
You
based on
can't
my
be like that.
investigation, you can't. As a researcher, you can't really be like that. And engaging the phenomenon, I've seen the orbs, I've experienced the equipment malfunctions on so many occasions,
Yeah.
and the digital files missing, and
Yeah.
all of this definitely says there's something extraordinary going here. Is this another mountain gorilla lore thing?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think there's
Yeah.
something that's well documented. It's tangible, and that's another thing with like the Finding Bigfoot team. I love the show. One of the things I loved about the show was the town hall meetings that they had, actually
Yeah.
interviewing people that experienced them.
Yeah.
This was a television show, so they had production teams, they had cameramen, they had lights, they were out making a TV show. They weren't out. I think they were engaging the investigation or going through the steps, but were they going to find a Bigfoot? Not with all that equipment, not with all those people, and they get hammered so many times. I've met all of them, and there's some that I'm definitely more embracing too. But like poor Renee, she got hammered by so many like people
Hmm.
out there. The trolls were just ruthless with her,
Oh, they're off.
and she was playing a role. She had the role to be the skeptic, and I really, really
Oh,
appreciate that skeptical mind in your collective,
yeah.
because it's important to have somebody to kind of pull you back to reality, keep you grounded, keep your research objective, and
Yeah.
keep things, you know, in kind of a concrete, solidified way, as
Yeah.
opposed to just as opposed to just having a bunch of like-minded people in their box, like those academics are just in their box. And when I go to the symposiums, the division is clear. And I
Hmm.
really think as a community, we will really start coming up with answers when the academics and the woo camps get together and
Yeah.
start comparing notes and find really effective ways to engage this phenomenon and to do some concrete investigating. And I really think that's important. And I mentioned it several times in my videos that together we have a much better chance of solving this mystery. And I really do believe that.
Well, we need to form a new group of people that are more willing to be, to not talk as much as learn to listen, and not be so closed-minded about it, because if you put yourself in that box, you're never going to learn anything. You already think you have all the answers, and you don't. Nobody does. I don't even know if
I
our own
absolutely
government
agree with
does.
that.
You
Yeah, I
know,
absolutely agree with you on that one.
it's just crazy that people do that. They form opinions and they're like, "Oh, this is the way it is." It's like, you don't. I mean, these are just theories. We don't know. We just don't know. Like I said, I don't even think our own government knows. I'm not
But
sure
no,
if
I
they.
will say on the same mindset, you were kind of talking about the government and the conspiracies and
Mhm.
the whole idea of keeping this under wraps and all that.
Yeah.
And that is a little concerning to me because I mentioned that on that local forum, the first video I posted, everybody was very embracing, everybody was very engaging. I had a lot of reports coming in, people were
Yeah.
telling me where to look, and everything was great. And then the second time, I was very excited to share my next video with them. And I did have a little local interaction, but then I had all these trolls. I mean, out of the
Yep.
woodwork, these people were just slamming me, trying to discredit me, trying to, really smear my name and paint this picture of me. And I'm like, what is going
Yeah.
on
No,
here? And
that
then you
sounds to me
mentioned
like.
that it could be part of the cover up and it could be them
Yep.
trying to shut me down. And that's very concerning for me because I absolutely don't want to be out stepping on people's toes and being problematic. I absolutely don't want to be the guy that is creating a ruckus. I don't want to
Hmm.
be that person. I'm just my YouTube channel. I'm just sharing my passion. I'm just
I
really
know.
excited and
I know.
passionate about what's going on here. And
I think we're all
I
waiting for that knock at the door when we're doing stuff like this, from what other people have talked about with them having, men in black or government agents or whatever. They get this knock at the door or this letter or phone call, and it's like, oh my God, it's,
that's what I'm concerned about. When you brought up
yeah,
all this, like I shut down on all this, and I was thinking about the second post video I posted on that forum. I don't like that idea that I would
I
be
know.
creating problems for people or creating being unhelpful. I would
Mm,
want to be helpful, and I don't want to be stepping on toes and creating problems for people. And I hope that's not the case here of
I
what I'm
know.
doing. I'm just trying to
Well,
share my passion. I'm excited. I think these things are real. I think I think knowledge is good. I think it's good to be making people aware of this. If they're the Nephilim,
mhm.
yeah, we better start building bigger churches or something and start really waking people up. If these are extraterrestrials, like I said, they could have the cure for cancer. They could take humanity to a whole new
Mhm.
level if we make peaceful coexistence with them. I think that would be an amazing thing. Am I naive in the whole topic? Absolutely. If
Yeah.
they're extraterrestrial, maybe it's not a good idea to connect with them, but I don't know. That's just what's
No,
going
my
in my
sense my sense tells me that, I like I said, like Robin believes that they're extraterrestrial. Like the DNA came back that they were part human. They had a human mother from the DNA samples that she was talking about, that they had a human mother and the father was unknown.
wasn't that
And
Ketchum study where
yeah,
they
that was
did the
Ketchum
DNA
study too.
analysis?
Yeah. Yep, yep.
And
That's
and
what I was. Yep.
and that's concerning for me. That finding is concerning for me because it leads me to believe that maybe the Nephilim theory is credible in the
Right.
sense that maybe the Bigfoots are grabbing women. There's demons scattered all over the earth, and the demons are procreating with these female humans and producing Nephilim. That 54-year-old woman that went missing up here, and she's wandering the forest barefoot and in what was described as a dazed state. That
Yeah.
happened in very close proximity to her where I had my encounter with Bigfoot.
That's
So they're
strange.
up there. They're up there, and she's still missing. If they're trying to breed
Imagine
with her,
she's
well, good luck
alive.
with that.
Imagine
But
she's alive and still being held captive up there in like some kind of a zoned out state where she's not even aware of what's going on. You know?
that's terrifying for me. That's absolutely terrifying to think something like that. But that family
Yeah.
mysteriously died up here with their
Yeah.
dog.
Yeah, their
Did
dog died.
literally
The
did
dog died.
literally 3 people and a dog just drop dead of hypothermia?
It's not hypothermia. They say it's hypothermia with everything. Everything is the elements in hypothermia. It's always that. That's their way of explaining something they can't explain. They don't know how they so many of these people, they find their bodies, they can't justify how they're dead. They don't know. That's what it makes you wonder. I've had theories of, and I've heard other people talk about this too, that is there something that's taking their souls? And once the soul leaves the body, your body dies. Like what if this is something supernatural and it's biblical and these entities are actually sucking people's souls out of them? And that's why our God, we can't, there's, how do you explain that? How do how does the autopsy reveal something like that? They can't.
That's all terrifying stuff. And that's, again, I don't like really exposing myself to that supernatural stuff. The
Yeah.
show got too graphic, and the
Yeah.
conversation is too graphic because
I
I don't
know
want
it's
to be chased
scary.
out of the woods. I don't want to be,
Yeah.
afraid to go hiking and to go trekking and to go poking around and enjoying the beauty of nature, because it's absolutely breathtaking up here.
I know. Isn't
And
it
I
beautiful?
love getting out there and exploring
Me
and
too.
engaging in my little mystery. But
I love forests so much, Darren. I love the trees, and I am an absolute tree nut. Like I love trees so much. And now there's like this awareness, that people like us that get into this kind of realm, it opens up all these doors in this awareness of, the fact that, these woods aren't so innocent.
and
And there's a lot
that's
of
really
things out
terrifying for
there.
me.
Yeah.
That's very terrifying.
It's
And
home. These entities, they're covered. It's their hiding place. And it you know it's just awful that we have to have that feeling of our woods and our forests and such, that we have to worry that there might be something that's demonic or evil out there that's abducting people and killing people and harming people and whatever they're doing.
but
you
again,
know
statistically speaking, I even looked at the statistics online.
hmm
It is so remote that you will have like an experience like that out there. I think Predator
right.
was number 12 on the list or something.
Yeah,
I mean, it's more likely you're going to trip and
I know.
drown.
It's just that I don't
Like,
want to be that one or whatever percentage it is. Like I don't want to be in that percentage, Like that
I've
family that went hiking that day with their dog. Like, I mean, how did these people die? How did they die? What happened to them? It wasn't hypothermia. It wasn't dehydration. Like what killed these people? And it just gets swept under the rug after so many weeks. The story just kind of fades off into, and that's what they count on. They count on everything just kind of, it's a big news, story for a week or two, and then it just kind of gradually fades away on
and
to the
that's
next
absolutely
story.
what it did. That's
It
absolutely
does.
what happened.
They count on that. They know
But
that. They know that we're so, human beings we're always looking for the new story.
but now I don't like the flip side where those A-listers are becoming superstars because everything is a Bigfoot abduction story.
I know. I
When they're
know.
saying this cluster of missing persons that's happening in Yosemite, these are Bigfoots. They're being abducted, they're being eaten, and all this. And it turns out it's a waterway that is absolutely treacherous that people are getting into and they're drowning. I mean, the
No, it's
areas where
not the
these
waterways. It's what it is. So many people have come together that they all like everything points to it's alien abduct it's ETs. It's ETs that are abducting people.
is that what you're
It's
thinking?
yes. I
I
definitely
don't
believe
think
that.
so. I don't
I
believe
do.
this.
I
See,
do.
investigating these areas have known environmental hazards that are claiming
Mhm.
lives. I
Oh,
really
they do. Yeah, they're gonna have, you're gonna have people that drowned and they do die of elements and stuff like that. But we have many more abductions going on than people realize. And if you get all the data for it, these deaths and these disappearances and stuff, they don't make any sense. They don't make any sense. There's thousands of them a year. And it's like, I do believe that we have an ET problem. I definitely believe that.
So now I'm kind of confused, because from my just talking with you, I was under the mindset that you think these are biblical beings, that these are demons and in that category. But now you're also bringing in this extraterrestrial idea.
Yeah.
And
I believe the extraterrestrials are demons.
Oh.
I believe that actually I had God tell me that one day. I always believed that the ETs were another race of being that God created. I always thought, hey, why would God stop at just humans? Why wouldn't he create all kinds of other beings that we just don't know about? Maybe he perfected other beings because, we were so flawed or whatever. I had all these ideas, and I was sitting there one day and I literally heard God's voice say, Tracy, the ETs, the aliens they're demons. And I remember looking up saying, what? I was like, you're kidding me. Like this just came out of nowhere. And I was like, God. And he was like, they're demons. And I was like, holy crap. Like, so it was something that I feel I was told. I can't prove it. I could be wrong, but this is what I feel in my heart that God told me, that I heard his voice tell me this. So, and it's kind of opened up a different perspective for me on it, that I was like, that would make sense. The angels, they're of the air. They live in the air. They live between earth and heaven. That's where they actually reside. The demonic realm is in the air. And people think it's hell. Hell hasn't been created yet. So they've got, they live in this, between earth and heaven. And why wouldn't they create? So whether they were actually the fallen angels or the fallen angels created the ETs, which I believe that's what happened. I believe that just like the angels created the Bigfoot and they created, these whatever beings, I believe that they created the ETs, which could have actually created the Bigfoot. That the DNA is, that was spliced. They were doing experiments. They were using, that's why you're seeing goat people, you're seeing dogmen, you're seeing mermaids, you're seeing cat people, you're seeing all these different beings, because these were the experiments of the fallen angels. That's what these were. This is why the earth, one of the reasons why God flooded the earth with the Noatic flood. And he wanted to get rid of them, the giants and all of their experiments. And he even said in the Bible that in the end times, they would come back again. They would come out because supposedly they went underground. They went into the earth. They found all kinds of cities and multiple caverns and everything under the earth. So that's what I believe. Like I said, Darrin, I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. This is just what I feel. It's my theory, but, I can't prove that this is it. I'm not going to be that arrogant to say I know that this is what it is. I don't know that, but this is just what I feel.
And as a boots on the ground investigator or researcher, I can say with certainty that the Bigfoot are real. The Bigfoot are roaming our forests. And it seems that when the Bigfoots are around, our electronics malfunction. And when the Bigfoots are around, there are these orbs of light sometimes moving through the environment. And I've had orbs of light moving past my camera project. So there's these balls of light that are moving around in the forest. There's Bigfoots that are moving around the forest. And it does seem that the Bigfoots have extraordinary abilities, and it would definitely put them out of a different camp as, being an animal or a relic hominid. There's something unique about these. And so that's all I can say based on my investigation.
Right.
I've
and you're going to learn
orbs.
More. You're going to keep learning more. You're going to continue to learn more about them.
I hope so. I don't want to be that guy that ends up, yeah, they do make fire. I was stuck in one of their caves for the last 10 years.
Oh, seriously?
No. I don't want to be that guy, and I don't
I
want to
mean,
be.
Rob has been taken through portals. She's seen them step out of portals. She has seen them open up a portal above her garage, which she has a picture of with a Bigfoot stepping out of it. She has this on film. The guy that bought the Skinwalker Ranch, the new owner, said he was standing outside on his porch, just admiring nature, enjoying a cup of coffee, and out of nowhere, a window opens up in midair, and out steps a Bigfoot. And it turns around and closes it and goes off into the wilderness. This guy didn't even know, to believe any of the crap he had heard about this place, you know? So you've got these people that are telling you that these things are traveling through portals. They have abilities. There's something up with these beings. They're not just human. They are part human, but that all aligns with what we've been told in the Bible. You've got people that are dying in mass, having near-death experiences, meeting God, telling them to come back and tell people he's coming, that the battle is going to begin soon. Hundreds and thousands of people across the whole world, people that are atheists, that are ISIS members, that are having encounters where they're being taken up to heaven and shown hell, shown heaven. This is real. And people don't understand that we're in a battleground down here. And I truly believe that these Bigfoot may not be what we think they are. There might be good ones. I don't know. There might be ones that are good, that don't want to be bad, that don't choose to be evil. Everything has free will, I'm sure. So there might be ones that choose not to be bad.
But ultimately, you're thinking that the Bigfoots are bad, and we are going to be battling them in the end of days. You're putting them in that kind of category.
I don't know that if I would go that far as to say that. I do feel that they are responsible for more disappearances than people realize. I think they are part ET, which even Robin has said that they told her that.
Now let me get your definition of ET correct again. Now, do you think demon and ET is interchangeable?
I think they're the same. I think
Okay.
ETs are the same, which would mean that the Bigfoot is part demon.
Okay.
But is there a possibility that some of them can be good? Yes. I do believe that some of them can be good. I don't know that. They could all be bad. They could, there might only be a portion of them that are bad. I just don't know. That's why we're here. We're trying to find these answers to figure out what's going on.
Do you think my investigation is a good thing, or do you think I'm stepping on toes and it's something that I need to be made aware of, that, higher ups and organizations are not going to like what I'm doing?
I definitely think that at one point the higher ups wouldn't have liked what you're doing. I think the end times, we're coming into the end times. I believe we have gotten to a point. I believe the Bigfoot want us to know that they're there now. I believe the government wants us to know that they're there. The government official that hunts them told me the government now wants the information out, that they're calling it a slow disclose, that
And
they're
it's interesting
allowing
you say, I was going to say, it's interesting you say that, because I read recently in an article that the Catholic Church is making it known that they have theologians that are assimilating extraterrestrial information. Like there's going to be some sort of reveal happening here coming from the Catholic Church that are embracing extraterrestrial ideas. And you talk about that telescope or whatever that device was in Arizona, I think you mentioned.
An entire astronomy tower set up in Arizona that they fought to put there. How does the Roman Catholic Church have the authority in the United States like that?
They have the authority, I think, across the planet. I think they're definitely one of the major power players. So
it's Rome. The Roman Catholic Church is Rome in disguise. That's what. But it's.
I'm just saying, I don't want to be stepping on toes, but you're saying that there's a slow reveal happening here, and that my research is contributing to that
Mm-hmm.
enlightenment of the population, of the masses. And
Yeah.
I've changed the opinions of people in my circle, even with my siblings. I have changed opinions. Um, it is interesting that a lot of what you're saying and a lot of what I'm experiencing on the ground as an investigator, it's matching up. It's kind of coming together a little bit through our
Mm-hmm.
conversation here. You've revealed a lot of interesting viewpoints that is consistent with a lot of the data that I'm accumulating on the ground as an investigator into this phenomenon. I did mention that I'm getting a lot of reports of different cryptids, of the goat people,
Mm-hmm.
of the,
Mm-hmm.
these other entities that are out there. I'm getting information from individuals in the community here in
Mm-hmm.
close proximity to where that poor family perished. There is a multitude of Sasquatch evidence coming out of that area along the drainages there. The Bigfoots are in this area, and it's concerning that that family mysteriously perished. And
And no idea how they died. No real idea how they died, which I believe they could take their souls. That's what I believe. That's what I feel is happening, that the people that they continuously find. Have you ever heard the Henry McCabe story where he was outside talking to his wife and this monstrous sound started taking place? He was out in town. He was right outside of a hotel or a bar or something on the street. And just out of nowhere, this thing showed up and he started screaming. It's on tape. You can hear it. If you get a chance, right, look up Henry McCabe, the Henry McCabe call. You should hear it. It's pretty fascinating.
hmm,
But it's just stuff like that. People are disappearing all over the world, just disappearing into thin air. Nobody knows where they are. They're here 1 minute, they're just gone. Where did they go? I believe people get entrapped in portals as well. I believe they walk into portals. There was a man that was hiking that said he was walking and he said this thing just showed up out of nowhere. It was almost like a mirror type of looking thing. It had like a shimmer to it. And he said he was just walking and he stepped through it and his leg disappeared. And he stepped back out and he turned around and he ran.
and
So
I've
I
seen the movement. I've seen that shimmering effect
Mhm.
moving through the environment. My EMF detector is registering
Right.
electromagnetic fields.
And is that a portal or is it an actual entity? It could be both. It could be, what if, there's reports of people, a whole line of people hiking together in a mountain and they turn around, the person that's last in line is completely gone, disappeared into thin air, and there's nowhere they could have gone. It's like a whole area of just, miles of land where you can see all around you and this person's just gone. Did they get grabbed? Did something in a portal just reach through and grab them? Did they walk through a portal? Do portals hunt us? Does something just touch down? Is it intelligent? Does it have like an intelligence where where something opens up the portal, sets it up so that we walk through it? There was a case where the one hiker, he went out in the woods and he disappeared into thin air. A research team went looking for him. They could hear him yelling and they couldn't find him anywhere. He's never been found. He was saying, "Help, help, I think I'm stuck." They looked everywhere for this man and they couldn't find him anywhere. Lost. Just gone.
These are terrifying. This is the type of stuff that's
Portals.
going to get me out of the woods. I told
Oh,
on my last episode, I was recounting the story of the family that perished up here. I was telling the story, and that's when I saw the orb by the river,
mm-hmm.
and mid sentence, and it's that sort of story that really creates a lot of apprehension for me when I'm out into the woods, my nighttime surveillance, and I'm doing, observing an environment. Um, it's very concerning that
I know it is. And I know I don't
that
want
this
to,
stuff is going on.
but you have to, I mean, the number one thing you have to have is the awareness and knowledge that this could potentially be, you might be surrounding yourself with demonic entities. They could be friendly or, we don't know, but I definitely, like I would definitely try to get a partner if it were me, and I would definitely be I would definitely have a weapon and a auto locator with me and stuff like that. I would definitely do that at least. But I mean, there is a lot going on here, and I just think it's like straight out of a supernatural movie. Like it's like people do not understand. Our minds are so limited and they're so like small compared to, the universe. And it's just, and it's people like us that are searching for the truth, and people that are getting the word out, and they're sharing their encounters and their information that are going to make the difference. So I think, you're being chosen for a reason. I just think you need to be careful. I
And
don't, I mean, you know, I would be very careful and cautious and not go into it thinking that they're just animals, because I don't believe that. I don't, but like I said, I mean, I'm not an expert,
but
but
Ron Moorhead said the same thing. He said, Darrin, you might not want to be out there looking for these things. And
did
he
he?
cautioned me, yeah, that there may these things might not be something we want to actually find. Meaning, he doesn't think that I should be out there looking for them. He's just kind of cautioning me that I might not want to be actually finding these things.
Mm-hmm.
So
What did,
maybe we
no,
do have
did,
to talk to the Winchester boys, or maybe we have to assemble the Scooby Gang, because something unusual is happening here.
what Ron did hunt them and did search for them. I mean, not hunt them, but he searched for them for a long time, didn't he?
Um, yeah, but he had a collective of, he had people with him on the
Yeah.
search. So I think his cautionary words to me was,
Not go.
maybe putting them in that biblical demonic realm. Maybe you don't want to be surrounding yourself with demons. Maybe you don't want to be
Yeah.
out there looking for these things, because, you know, you're definitely going to be in a precarious state if they show up.
Mm-hmm. You could
But
be. I mean, you are entertaining demons. I mean, I think, and I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm saying if they are demons, or they are part demon, that you are. Now it's weird because Robin, she's not allowed to. She doesn't talk to anybody unless they clear her to talk to anybody. Like they telepathically tell her if somebody can be trusted, or if they're going to deliver the right message. And she was told by them that she was to talk to me. And I thought that was odd, because my stance on it is that, some of them are bad, at least some are, obviously.
well, if they're
So,
demons, we would put the majority of them are bad, and even maybe the good ones are just posing as good ones. And
yeah, there's a chance
like,
of that. Even with
yeah,
Robin,
they're
like I worry about that with her, because I know that she loves them and she cares about them and she thinks very highly of them. And I'm like, yeah, but what if you're being tricked? Like, what if they're planning on using you as putting you in a position to help them in some way, to gain people's trust,
and that's
and
absolutely what could be happening there
hmm it
with
could be
anybody who's having, interaction with them on a, you
daily
know
basis. Yeah,
daily basis, or in, yeah, that they absolutely could be trying to set up a false sense of security.
right. Yeah, that's what
So
I was told. Like, she wanted me to come down and hunt with her and go out in the woods with her and like see him and stuff. But then there was this part of me, and I felt it was God saying, no, Tracy, this isn't what I want for you. This isn't right. Like this, there's something off here. Like this isn't, it's dangerous. Like these are demonic. Like these entities might, you know, there might be something about Robin that they need, or they're using her for. And with you could be one of those people that just, they know that their true intention or their true nature, and you might just be off some way, or something. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to say that and have that be wrong, and I don't want to discredit, if there are Bigfoot that are around Robin that are kind and they are good and they are healing with her, and they're good beings. I don't want to discredit that, but I just feel that we just don't know enough about them to just run, head on into the forest and act like we're all going to be best friends. Like it just, there's definitely something about these beings that is not just of this world. There's something else going
And
on.
I miss my conversations with this Native American woman. She's actually a forest ranger and she worked at the ranger station, and I could go in there and talk to her. But
Hmm.
unfortunately, COVID has everything shut down right now. But she was saying it's a calling. And is it the Bigfoots that are calling me to investigate? Or is it maybe from a higher power that's telling me I need to investigate? I don't know where the passion is. I tend to think that I'm a part of something that's larger than myself, and that in itself is alluring in the sense that you're contributing somehow. And I am very excited when I go into the woods and I have an encounter and I come back with concrete physical evidence like hair samples or footprint impressions. And my enthusiasm is it's a life passion. I'm very excited to be out there and engaged in this. And where's this calling coming from? I don't know
Yeah.
exactly where the calling is coming from. Is this a higher power that's trying to get me to raise the alarm? Is it a, first contact type situation? I don't know. I just know that I'm very passionate about the topic. I'm very engaged in investigating the phenomenon. I'm
Hmm.
out there tromping through the woods trying to collect this physical evidence, and I'm sharing my findings on YouTube. What I'm finding, I'm presenting it. Is it to become, rich and famous? No, I'm not going to be rich and famous making YouTube videos.
No, it's hard.
And that's it's about awareness, and it bothers me that you have the academics that are in their box, but it also bothers me when you got people way in the woo that, I don't know, they could be right, but I don't like the idea that every missing person is a Bigfoot encounter or an alien abduction, because I don't support that.
No,
And
I
so
don't think
there,
it's all alien either. I think there's several different. I think there's so much going on that, it could be so many different things that are happening to people, and I don't think it's any one group, and I don't even think it's ever even always a group of anything. It could just be nature, and, there are cases of hypothermia, and there are people that drowned, and there are people that fall in cracks and crevices, and, there's all kinds of stuff that happens. But, I do think that it's a little, I think that we're somewhere in the middle of in between the academics and the woos. I think that there's a little bit of a lot of things going on right now, and that for anybody to say, oh, it's all one thing, there's no way that's the case,
and I
but
think it's really important as investigators and of podcasters and of people engaged in this phenomenon. I think it's very important that we get out there and investigate this. I
yeah,
did mention that I don't want to be stepping on toes if Uncle Sam doesn't want me tromping around the woods looking for Bigfoot and
yeah,
sharing my findings. If the men in black show up at the door and say, "Okay, hand over your stuff," I'm going to
yeah.
hand over the stuff, because
Yeah, they'll
I
let
don't
you know, I'm sure, if you're
I
not.
don't want to be stepping on
I
toes and,
know.
creating a ruckus. But on the same token, if these are the Nephilim, if the Bigfoot are working with demons to create the army that's going to battle us in the end of days, I
Mhm.
definitely want to hold off that battle as long as possible, because in my age, I don't want to be battling some hair-covered monsters. So
Well,
I
that
definitely
would
think it's
explain the cover up, though. If the cover up is correct, and these are part Nephilim or part demon, or ET, whatever, you'd want to say they are, and the government is covering that up, well, then the question is why? Well, the logical answer would be, okay, then if that's correct, then that means the Bible is true, or there's truth to the Bible. That means there's truth to God and truth to the devil or Satan, Lucifer, and that there is a real battle going on down here. And that means that Lucifer is in charge of this world. And that means they're trying to protect their own. Do you see? So that's where I'm like, that's why the government's trying to cover them up. you know but then you have to ask, well, then why are they hunting them? That's where it's like, okay, then that doesn't really add up, unless they have to have guidelines. There's rules to them. There's laws that they're not allowed to cross lines to allow human beings to know that they exist. So then they go in and they hunt down the ones that get out of line. So, I mean, Lucifer is brutal. He's ruthless. I mean, he wouldn't hesitate to kill his own, anything that belonged to their group. So that's where my mind kind of goes with that would make sense. They're trying to protect their own. That's why the national forests were established, because they wanted them to have a habitat where people weren't allowed to move into these places and, build houses. And, it just, it just all seems to tie together to me. It all ties together. It's all biblical to me, but I don't know.
You're definitely in a different place than I am. I'm just an investigator that's
Yeah.
boots on the ground, trying to get the physical evidence that they're here.
Yeah. I think you got that. I mean, you have the evidence and you've seen one firsthand. Now you have to figure out, what you want to do. Like, do you want to continue to investigate them, or do you want to, find more cryptids? I mean, I think
yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to branch out.
I know I'm trying to find a dogman. I'm like, come on, Darrin, get those dogmen. I want to know, if you can see one of those. I'd love to see a dog.
Mothman and the Goatman and all that. I haven't been investigating. Yes. I haven't done any follow-ups on those reports. I haven't. Yeah, the Dogman, there was a lot of Dogman reports coming out of this one area, the San Joaquin Valley. And I told you, I thought that they were misidentifying Bigfoot. And I went down into that area and I was investigating it. And I did catch a bipedal figure moving through the vegetation on my FLIR. And I was smelling this dead animal carcass smell. It was very horrific.
And why is that? Why do they smell like rot? I
don't want you to tell me.
No, but that's what I'm saying, though. Why would you have a being that, your instinct is complete terror? Their eyes glow red even in the daytime. People have seen it's like an inner glow. It's not something that's reflecting light. It's something that's coming from inside of them. And then they smell like death. I mean, how much do you possibly need to tell you that something's off here? That this is not a good creature.
My mother always said I was a hard head.
Well, but it's like the Dogmen. I mean, the Dogmen are, there's been way too many sightings for those not to be real. There are way too many sightings. Look at Anubis. Where did that come from? They've been found in Egyptian, in the hieroglyphs and stuff, in the pyramids, drawings of the Dogmen. Where is that coming from? There's a place called Dogman Island that they're supposed to inhabit the island in the hundreds or thousands or whatever. I don't know how many are on there, but they said if you go there at night, you can see them. You can see the whole place lights up with eyes. They go into the water. People have gone there and they said they've been chased out of the place. The Dogmen would get into the water and try to capture them. And they ran away. The locals would say, "Don't come out at night. Like you don't want to be out here." They call them like the Rougarou and that kind of stuff. But this stuff has been, like I said, Western Pennsylvania. There's all kinds. I mean, it's so commonplace that there's sightings of them that they have a town named after them. You could talk to the locals, like, "Oh yeah, we see them all the time." What's that? What's amazing. That about? And then you get desensitized after a while. And that's what they're doing now, I believe. They're trying to desensitize us. They're trying to now let it out, that slow trickle, and we're going to accept it. We're going to grow comfortable with them. We're going to believe that they're our friends. And some could be, or maybe they're not our friends. There was a little boy that was taken up to heaven. He died in a drowning accident. And he said that he was shown by Jesus the end times war, that there was going to be a war of the aliens that came down and the aliens were eating people. And he said he came back to life. He had had many experiences in heaven, shown lots of things, but that was one of them. One of the things was he was shown a war between humans and aliens where the aliens were eating people. So you tell me they're not demonic.
And the aliens are demons.
I believe that. That's what I believe. Yeah. God, I heard God tell me that. And believe me, I didn't even think of that. Like I was convinced the aliens were another race of being that God created. That's what I really believe they were. And just out of the blue, just in a split second, Tracy, nope, they're demons. And I,
Wow. Well,
wow.
based on my investigation and research and all that, I told you I would, if I had to choose one of the camps, I would definitely be in the Woo camp because there is something extraordinary happening here.
Hmm.
And as an investigator, and what I'm doing is I'm just investigating. I'm just on the ground trying to gather evidence that they're here and
Yeah.
trying to gather that information. I'm not the brains like the theologians that are putting all the pieces of this puzzle together. That's not me. I think you would be seem to be more in tune to putting the pieces together and coming up with something. I'm just the guy that's on the ground
Yeah. You're the
trying to
ground
gather the.
soldier.
I'm the what?
You're the ground soldier, Darrin.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just the boots on the ground trying to.
I go on feeling. It's weird. I go on I wait and I absorb stuff and I wait to get flooded with feeling. You know, what do I feel it is? It's always feeling with me. You know, with my psychic ability stuff or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but it's like I get downloads of stuff. It's really weird. I'll just be sitting there and I'll just get like downloads of information. It's crazy, but and I feel it's from God. I feel that the Lord talks to me and I hear him. So that's what I feel. But, I have a really strong connection to God. It's much more than just praying and reading my Bible and going to church on Sunday. It's sitting with him for hours, day after day, week after week, month after month, just talking and, waiting to hear things and having him direct me and show me stuff. And I'll ask him something and get answered in the craziest ways that are just like, it was God. Like, it's like, there's no way you just got this answer after having this conversation. So it's really neat. It's a really neat relationship.
And I'm
So
definitely on board with that higher power because I experienced it. I saw my mother's death. I saw
hmm
my father's death. I saw my brother's death. I saw my sister being sick. And after discussing it with my brothers, I mean, I was literally overwhelmed with emotion. I stepped into the living room, was absolutely overwhelmed with grief that my sister was dying.
yeah,
And I reached out to my brothers and I'm in a panic state and I'm like, this is exactly what happened when I had the vision about mom's death and dad's death and Ed's death. And so, they raised the alarm, they got her to go to the doctors and they found she had cancer. And so I do believe in a higher power.
yeah.
There's nothing that can dissuade me from that. There is some sort of universal intelligence or whatever it is.
Some of
Everybody
which
has
are
a
more.
different name for it.
Yeah,
I
we're
do know
some of
it's
it's more.
real.
Yeah,
Does it
yeah.
all play into this Bigfoot phenomenon and my calling to investigate these
It
creatures?
could.
And, does it come into play with them revealing to themselves to me, with me following them into the woods when I'm
Mhm.
unarmed and like an idiot tromping around the woods trying to get a picture of these things? Is it important for me to raise the alarm and to tell people that these things are real, these things are out
Yeah,
there? That is a calling for me. I will say that feels like a calling to me, that I have to acquire evidence that they're real and present that evidence to the people that are following me on YouTube or to whoever, because I
yeah.
think it is important that we know that these things are out there. If they're the Nephilim,
We do.
I absolutely believe we need to raise the alarm and get people
Yeah,
ready to go to church and get their holy water together to
something.
call the Winchester boys and all that. I think it's
Well, we're
important.
so out. We're so out. At the power that we've actually given our government and the power that just what's around us that we're not even aware of, most people aren't aware of, and how real it really is. I think that it's gotten to the point now where it's going to take God himself to come back and regulate this. There's no way. I don't think at this point that human beings, they can put dents and stuff, but I don't think they're gonna ultimately come out on top with how big this machine has gotten with everything. It's just way out of control, and I think that's why the end time stuff, the Lord has to return to fix this situation. Because we're so oblivious. We've been put to sleep with so much stuff, and I do believe that Satan is loose and he wants us all as dumb and dumbed down as we possibly could get. And, I mean, there's real evidence of, the drinking water and the, all the stuff that's going on. We just don't know. We don't know how much of it's true, and we don't know, to the level it all is, but it's just a feeling. It's like the people I think that are like, they're open and they're more telepathic and they've got more like empathic senses and that type of stuff. There's a feeling you have that something's really not right, that there is truth to some of this stuff. And whether you want to call it conspiracy or whatever people have to label it as, it's still, you have this feeling that things just aren't quite as they seem to be, and we've been warned about it, but we just don't want to accept it. It's kind of like you not wanting to accept that they're, that they're not, that they're just animals. Like it helps you to cope. And that's how I think that basically sums up the entire world right now with dealing with the government and everything else. People want to cope with, they need that feeling of security, of feeling like the government cares about them and that, that we're safe and that, and then you just, that it's not right. I mean, that it's not real. It's not true, but you just don't want to accept it because you don't want to feel unsafe. You need that security. And we wish that we had it, but we don't live in a fairy tale, unfortunately. We just live in a really, supernatural realm.
What was that?
I said we live in a very supernatural realm.
And that's very concerning for me. And I think that's why I stopped watching Supernatural. And that's why I don't really engage.
Supernatural, Darrin, and then you chose to go out in the woods with them.
Well, that was a calling. I'm being called to do that, according to a Native American woman. Wasn't that a part of the storyline with the Winchester boys? I don't know.
Could you go ask her why you were called? Like, try to find out why?
Yeah, who knows? But I think it's a life passion that I'm sharing, but I am very passionate about it. I mean, it's life consuming. It's very, very much a major part of who I am.
We might need to, though. Like, you might be a tool to help humanity. I mean, you don't know that, and you have the guts to do it. So,
I think it's important we find out what's going on here. I do think it's important that we make people aware that these beings are out there. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important we try to figure out what's going on here.
I do too.
But again, I don't think I'm the guy to be stepping on toes. And like I said, if the Men in Black showed up and said, shut down my whole operation, that's not an operation. It's just me running around with my camera.
Yeah. Oh, I would too. I would be like, okay, fine. I wouldn't challenge, the monsters. Like I would just be like, hey, fine. If you told me not to podcast anymore or whatever, I would stop doing it.
Do I think it was a higher power thing, them being revealed to me? I mean, I don't know. I told you how it all went down. My nephews and I camping, we found the footprints. Mm-hmm. Al Hodgson gives us words of encouragement, and that kind of created an interest. And then my brother and I would go out looking for them. And then I ended up at the Discovery Museum, and I meet Cliff Barackman, and he tells me where to look, and I find the footprints there, and the monster chases me out of the woods. Is this all part of divine planning?
Yeah.
I will say I do believe in divine planning. I do believe that people are on kind of a path, and if they are good people and if they aren't like addicted to drugs or addicted to things and their mind is not clear, I think their life is kind of on a path. I think there's
me too
a clear course in life. Like this house, I bought this house for my sister because she was going through a divorce and it was looking like she might lose her house in the divorce. I worked on a luxury cruise ship. I didn't need a residence and I had money put up and I wasn't going to have my sister and my nieces homeless. So I bought this house here for my sister. And when I got laid off, my sister encouraged me to move here. Beautiful house in the mountains. It sounded like a good idea to me. After I moved there, I had that premonition my sister was sick. And it turns out she had cancer. So I was here for that. I was here for that. And it seemed like everything in my life was divinely planned. Like there was a course, there was a path that I was following, and everything seemed to fall
Yeah.
in place as it was supposed to. And I think this whole Bigfoot quest is a part of that.
It could
And
be. It could
my
be.
my passion for exploration and discovery and all of this, I think, yeah, I think it's just maybe a part of that whole process. So
Maybe
to
God
what
just
end,
wants
I
you
don't
to know.
know.
Maybe you just need to know what you're dealing with, though. Like you have to, have more awareness of what they are,
And
and,
that's what my quest is about. My search is for answers. That's what
yeah,
this quest is me out there trying to figure out what these are, trying to gather evidence that they're here, and
yeah,
presenting that evidence to a forum. And that's
right.
kind of what my YouTube channel is all about, is sharing my discoveries and sharing my information and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you just have to, I think you need to just be more guarded, like more, you need weapons and things like that, at least something to protect yourself, the autolocator thing, and maybe if you could find a partner, like really actively search for somebody, like I wouldn't, I mean, try to find somebody. There's bound to be somebody you could find if you try hard enough.
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably good advice. But again, if these things are what you think they are, none of us have a chance. If they want us, they're going to have us.
Yeah, that's true. That one show, Sasquatch Chronicles, I love. That's Wes and Woody. I think they're brothers. They were out in the woods, no idea these things ever even existed, and they came face to face with two of them that were acting absolutely territorial and monstrous towards them, and they were scared out of their mind, and they had no idea they even existed. That would be the real kicker. If you were a person that, you were just out in the woods somewhere and, no idea they were even real, and then you see one, then it would just be mind breaking for so many people.
Oh, I imagine.
Yeah. I have
In
one of
my
my
experience,
one of
like
my
when,
listeners has
sorry, go
PT.
ahead.
I'm sorry. I said one of my listeners has PTSD because he had an encounter and he can't sleep at night. He has a really hard time.
After my March 3rd encounter, when I followed it into the woods and caught it on camera, I had nightmares for a long time. I was very disturbed by that event, and I eventually did go back into that environment and found the hairs and so on.
Hmm.
So I could absolutely see my sighting was a smaller being. It was a juvenile fleeing into the woods, running away from me. So I didn't feel like I was in any particular danger in that encounter. But
People, yeah, they get it. They get like they'll have encounters where these things want to attack them, or they're growling and freaking out and pounding on their chest and just scaring the living crap out of them. So
now, if
it's
I experience that, like I tell people, if I was to run face to face with one with, drool coming off its
oh,
fangs and, that sort of thing, and its breath smelling like rotting carcasses, yeah, I'd probably move to Vegas as well and not go back into the woods.
see, what's
And
interesting to me with them is that I don't understand how they turned out looking like they do, because the DNA that Melba Ketchum did came back that they're part human and they have a father. Now, if the father is of the ET origin, and which would be demonic, but then again, now think about that. What the giants look like, the giants were pretty hideous, and it's surprising that the giants turned out to look as ugly as they did with, you would think, beautiful angel DNA mixed with a female DNA. But then if we go back to our origins of being, prehistoric man, like into the caveman, with the way they looked, that could account for, some of their appearance. I can't quite grasp how they turned out to look the way they do, to be covered in hair, and basically look like a gorilla, you know? It just, I
weren't
can't,
weren't we generally covered with hair back before we started making clothing and no longer
exactly.
needed that hair to keep ourselves warm?
Yeah. And that's what, it's so weird that that's how it turned out that the DNA that came out of them is so like, prehistoric looking. Like and so then that would mean their origins came from the humans of that time, apparently. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm thinking the demon's DNA, I don't think would change over time. I think
No.
so the demon's DNA would be solid, and we were haired-covered creatures back in the day.
Right, supposedly, if that the truth, if that's real, that's the information we've learned, and if there is something to that, then that's what the DNA. But then where is the part of them that would be, the demon DNA? Like what should that look like?
I think the demon side. Weren't we made in the image of God?
Yeah, yeah.
So we should have a very similar appearance to what a demon would have or an angel would have, wouldn't it? When
You
we
think
have
so?
kind of,
Yeah, that's why I
and I
wonder
think that
about what we've been taught with the prehistoric man. I'm not sure if there's, I'm not so convinced that could have been a whole different race of human or something. I don't know how we're made in the image of God and they came out with some of this stuff just doesn't add up to
like the
me.
whole bipedalism and that we have arms, we have legs, we have eyes, we have ears. I think all that is in the image of God, and the
Right.
hair was just a product we didn't need anymore. So part of
Yeah.
evolution just kind of got that hair to shed. But I don't know. I think maybe that demon DNA is probably so solid that the Bigfoots are basically, you know, getting a lot of that demon DNA, which would be haired covered being.
And here's the interesting thing is they told Robin that they were put here to watch us. What they told her was that they were put here, they were created to watch us. Just like the Watchers were. And the Watchers are who actually created the Nephilim. And that's interesting to me. Because then they said what happened was apparently there was a big rebellion where they didn't want to watch us because they were part human. So they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to follow their orders. And now supposedly there's ETs. There's a branch of the ETs that are hunting them and trying to kill them, according to the Bigfoot. The
Is this the
Bigfoot.
lizard people?
No. These are just ETs, and this isn't the lizard people. These are just the ETs that are. I know that's a whole other conversation. Don't even. Holy crap! I mean, it's like wow. But that and there's another thing. What if that's true? We don't know if it's true. I mean, there's all kinds of sightings and people that have come out and said that they saw them with their own eyes. In fact, one of the heads of the FBI for 30 years, Ted Gunderson, said he came out, he was a whistleblower from the FBI. He wasn't even, he was completely dedicated to the FBI till he retired, and he ran face to face into a man that transformed into a lizard person, to a reptilian, and he couldn't even believe it. Just completely changed his whole life. And he came out and he started doing all kinds of research and stuff. Lead singer of the Smashing Pumpkins, same thing. His manager shapeshifted into a reptilian right in front of his eyes. Almost broke his mind. He spoke about it publicly, but he said people don't want to hear it. They think you're nuts. So, but anyway, I just don't. I mean, this whole thing with the ETs, like I just don't know. I can't remember what I was just saying. Got off on a tangent there. I can't remember. My mind just
Yeah,
went
you were
blank.
talking about the various DNAs and how the Bigfoot should be,
Yeah,
more angelic looking.
you would think so, but like the giants were so hideous and their nature was so barbaric. I mean, so what does that say about us then? I mean, what are we exactly? That everything that's like mixed in, like you take angelic DNA and you mix it with a human, and that's what you come up with is a giant that runs around eating people? Like that's insanity. But I was
Mm,
saying that they told Robin that they were put here to
as
watch
watchers.
us, and then they rebelled because they are part human and they didn't want to do it. this is what the Bigfoot told Robin telepathically. And they said, Robin and Pat and other people that Robin knows. And Robin's invited me to come down to her house to see them and stuff. And she said that that they said that, so now there's ETs that hunt them, that are trying to destroy them. And there's
and demons, ETs
yeah.
and demons, that's interchangeable.
Yeah, and so but that was their purpose. Their purpose was to watch human beings. And I'm like, watch us for what? What's the purpose of watching us? Like, why?
Just again, with my research and with what I'm finding, I don't know. I don't see these as like any sort of sophisticated watchers. I mean, why would they be watching us from the very remote locations of the Sierra Nevada mountains? I mean, they're not really getting a good.
Well, they were pushed back. No, they were pushed back into hiding because they're being hunted.
Oh, I see.
That's what they told Robin. They initially, were amongst men. I mean, the Indians talk about it, how they traded with them, and that they would come in and they would steal their women and their children. What did they steal them for? Why were they taking kids? Was it to eat them? Was it to, reproduce with them? What was the point of them abducting children? So this is just, it's just, I don't even have the words for all this. It's just like you said, you just want to keep it simple and go look for them and leave the greater thinking to others, because it just gets too. We need answers to this. We really do need to know what's going on and what these creatures are and what are they.
I absolutely agree with you on that, and that's where I'm at. I'm on the ground, boots on the ground, trying to gather evidence that one, they're real, and try to come up with some sort of idea of what they're capable of or what they might be. But I'm definitely not like a theologian that would put the pieces together and figure it all out. I'm not that guy. And it really bugs me that the academics, I actually think about this sometimes, that they talk about the cover-ups, maybe even these academics that are out there that are totally smearing the whole Bigfoot investigations type things. Maybe they're just there like as part of the cover-up, trying to cover things up.
They're put there. You'll have them. They're strategically put into positions where they'll troll people, or they'll be put into situations sent in to, undermine people and belittle them and make them sound like they're a mockery.
And so I absolutely think that's what happened in that public forum, that second video that I posted. It was smear tactics. People were definitely trying to smear my reputation, smear who I was, and it was just out of the blue. And so one thing that was interesting is the first video that I posted, I told you all the positive feedback I got on that one. It was being shared. It was being forwarded to a lot of individuals. That video, that post was sent to a crazy number of individuals. Were these people part of government agencies? Who knows who these people were? But then the second video I posted, I thought I was going to get a similar response, and it was something completely different. I was getting just this onslaught of trolls that were definitely trying to shut me down, saying they've been hunting these forests for 50 years and they've never had such evidence. So they definitely were shutting me down, and I kind of took it as, this wasn't appreciated. And I talked to a friend of mine, and he says, I wasn't even thinking that I was, stepping on toes, but that's absolutely what I got after posting the second video, that the agencies, maybe they don't like me spreading fear or, whatever it is, they didn't like what I was doing. So I don't think it's such a good idea that I continue posting on these forums.
If it were me, I would keep doing it and see, but it's up to you. Like, if nobody wants to have that backlash, nobody, that doesn't make you feel good about yourself when you've got, all that, negative stuff coming at you. So I can understand that. But, I definitely think as soon as you told me that, I was like, no, that was something else that was going on there. That wasn't,
Oh, I definitely agree with you on that. There's definitely, it was dramatic shift in perspective from the community. So it does lead me to believe that there were agencies or, bureaus that didn't like what I was doing. But then going back to the A-listers within the Bigfoot communities that consider themselves academics that are constantly, smearing and trying to discredit. They're saying they're doing it to keep the whole thing like a legit investigation. I think they're doing quite the opposite. They're just trying to shut it down and discredit everybody. I do agree there's a lot of people out there that are falsifying information for their fame and fortune and all that, but there's no money to be made in the Bigfoot forum. I mean, you might be able to write a book and sell a handful of books or maybe sell a couple t-shirts, but you're not going to become a superstar unless you drag in a body. And even
I know.
then, I'm not sure that you're going to be able to do that. So,
oh my God, you shut down so quick. They said that over in Afghanistan there was that story. I don't know whether it was true or not, but they supposedly a lot of the soldiers said it was true that they found a legitimate giant in the mountains in Afghanistan with one of the red-haired giants from the Bible, and they said that they had a number of soldiers that had gone up near the mountain patrolling, and they disappeared. They ended up dead. And so they went up and they found this giant in this thing, and he was trying to kill him, and they somehow gunned him down, and they killed him, and they captured him and wrapped him up, and they hauled him off with a helicopter. And they said that it was just incredible. But they covered that up immediately. The only reason that anybody knew about it was the soldiers that talked about it. So I mean, if that's a true story, I mean, that's crazy, because this is all it says right in the Bible, that the end times, that the giants return. So if that's, and then there were different groups of giants too. There were different groups than the red-haired giants. The red-haired giants weren't the only ones. But and then, like I said, the Bigfoot may not be the Nephilim. They might just be another branch of something else that the ETs created. So
ETs being demons.
Yeah.
And the demons that we're talking about were the 6 demons that were cast out of heaven that the Bible talks about.
Well, the demons actually came about from the fallen angels. The fallen angels were 200. They came after. Yeah, the fallen angels there was Lucifer who took a third of the angels in heaven with him. Nobody knows what that actual number is. There's different theories on that. So we don't know. Some people say it could have been thousands of them. It could have been 6. It could have been, we don't know really what the true number was. But after Lucifer fell with the angels, there were 200 watchers that were sent. And this is interesting because the Bigfoot were sent here, they said, to be watchers. Okay, so that's fascinating because God sent 200 angels, and Azazel was one of the heads of them. And there was a few of them. There was I think that might be where you're getting the number 6. I think there was like a handful of them that decided they became enamored with human women, and they couldn't seem, the one, especially the leader, couldn't control himself. He just had to have a human woman. He was so, fixed on, being with a woman. And he said that, he talked the others into going with him, he said he didn't want to take the fall alone. They knew they were going to fall. They knew that if they did this, that they were going to fall and be punished. But the lust was there. They couldn't control themselves. And they said they wanted something of their own. So they bribed the human women. The women were, cautious. They didn't really want to do it, but there were some of them that decided that if I'm going to do this, I'm going to want something in return. So in return, they taught them the art of war, of weaponry, of abortion, of makeup, of astrology, of all these secrets that were in heaven that were not supposed to be revealed to mankind. God did not want this out for us. And I believe he did not want it out because he knew it would lead to our destruction, that it was too much knowledge, that it would lead to the corruption of mankind, which is exactly what it did. And so what happened was the Nephilim were then created. These women were giving birth to these giant children, and they were dying in childbirth. And these giants were, walked the earth, and the earth couldn't sustain them. They were so large. Some of them were like 30 feet tall. Some were 15 feet tall. It just depended on the size. And they started picking up humans and just eating them. And then the blood, which, this is there again, the blood has a signature. Our blood has a life to it. It's our life force. Our blood actually called out to the angels, to heaven, and the other angels in heaven, like Michael and other angels, heard the cry of our blood that was being, spilt and devoured here on earth. And it reached heaven, and these angels went to God and told God that this was what was going on the earth, and he sent destruction. He actually, the leaders, the handful of angels were spread out all across the world, and they were entombed underground. And there was a man named Henry McCabe. He was a prophet of the Lord. Incredible man. He had miracle healings and all kinds of stuff. He was actually transferred down into seeing one of the watchers that was entombed underground. And he said that he saw it and he witnessed it for himself, and then he was taken back out. But the watchers had asked Enoch to ask God to forgive them, that they wanted, him to forgive them. And he said, no, absolutely not. You were in heaven. You were in the heavenly realm, and you still turned, just like Lucifer had and the other angels. And he would not forgive that, because they couldn't understand why God would forgive humans for our sin, but he wouldn't forgive the angels. And the reason God gave was because you walked in the heavenly realm. You've been in my presence, and you still turned away from me. So that's why God was so harsh on them. But he's locked them up. And it's weird, because some of the places, like there's one in Afghanistan where one of the fallen angels, one of the watchers, is entombed. Some of the most violent places on earth. It's all just filled with violence and bloodshed and, terrible weather and all kinds of stuff. And they say that where these watchers are positioned, it's all in areas like that all this stuff happens in this area. And they believe it's because the watchers are underground. So that's
concerning.
Yeah.
That's concerning. So, Ron Moorhead, he was doing some really interesting work down in South America. He was looking at those elongated skulls. Mm-hmm. And this was, I just caught through the grapevine of the internet. But I think he's been really traveling around the world, kind of looking at the evidence that you're talking about regarding the watchers. Mm-hmm. And I think he's even produced some stuff talking about it as well. So he's definitely really engaged in his research and investigating that. It's too bad I wasn't able to get up to Washington to see them this weekend.
I know.
But, I definitely need to get things back on track. But you talk about the unusual environmental anomalies that occur in areas where the watchers are situated. Mm-hmm. And I know that here in California it's drought, but the weather patterns here in California have changed dramatically. And we have this devastation that is caused by this beetle. So we have the tree, the ponderosa pine, that if it has enough water, it can produce sap. Mm-hmm. And the sap will prevent the beetle from getting into the tree. That's its defense mechanism. Unfortunately, here in California, we don't have enough water, and the ponderosa pine became very susceptible to this beetle. And literally, there are tens of millions of trees that have died along the California Sierra Nevadas here, all the way up to Oregon. And just on my property alone, I had to take down 48 trees that died as a result of this beetle. And I'm looking out my window. There's several trees here that are dead that need to be taken down. But it just raised the alarm that you talked about, the watchers, the dramatic environmental changes happening. Mm-hmm. And that family that perished, they perished in very close proximity to mine entrances where these abandoned mines are located. Ugh. And it's concerning to think that might be an entryway into the underground that you're talking about. Yeah. And just the fact that all these trees are dying is a very, very apparent environmental catastrophe that we're experiencing here in California. But again, it's all drought. We don't have enough water. We only had one snowstorm
Yeah.
this year, and our lakes are only running at about 6%. But yeah, so that's one thing that I was thinking when you talked about environmental changes, where these watchers are kind of hanging out,
Yeah.
and it's concerning. And
It's just all
I
like,
was,
it's violence and, bloodshed and, just like a lot of the weather patterns and stuff like that. It's all, there could be something that's, like this 30-foot giant of an angel that's underground that's disrupting everything, because they have powers. I mean, they've got abilities as well. They've got telepathic abilities. They can probably look at somebody and just drop them, like they have. They haven't been stripped of everything, but the Watchers were they were a separate group other than Lucifer and his angels. Lucifer fell with a third of the angels in heaven. I would imagine that was a lot of angels. And then technically the demons are the children of the actual Watchers that came. The demons are of their seed. So it's pretty crazy stuff, but it's, it just all this all it the other thing that gets me too is that there's all these children across the world, children that are like 2, 3 years old that can barely talk, that are being transferred. They're having dreams and visions, just like it talks about in Revelations. At the end of times, the old men would dream dreams and young men would see visions and that type of stuff and you and I have both had visions of things. I don't know why it's always death, but for some reason that's a big thing with me, and these children are having these occurrences of going to heaven and talking to the Lord, and he's telling them to go back and tell everybody that I'm coming soon. And the one person, this really gets me. He said he went to heaven. He was transferred to heaven. Transferred means when you don't die, it's not a near-death experience. You're just lifted up to heaven. Your soul is it's almost like a meeting with God. He just brings you up, to see something. You're not dead. It's kind of like the Colton Burpo story where he didn't die, but he was transferred to heaven and he was shown things that he shouldn't have known. And these children are having so many occurrences of this happening. But this one guy said that he went to heaven, and he said that the Lord told him that all of heaven is on its feet right now. That they're garbed up in warrior gear, and they're all waiting for God to give the signal for the return of Jesus and his army. And I thought, that is amazing. Like, they're literally suited up for the battle right now as we speak. That's how close
concerning.
Yeah, that's how close this is. So,
And
and
you
then
think that all these Bigfoot researchers that are out looking for Bigfoot, looking for answers, are all part of the awakening here?
yeah, I think it's all a spiritual awakening that's happened around the world, and I think it's so out of control. I did my last podcast there was a man named um Morneau. It was what was his first name? Morneau. I can't remember his first name offhand. He was an incredible man. He went from like being indoctrinated into witchcraft and Satanism, and came out of the service and got involved with it, and he was saved. He was became a Christian, and he saw things that you wouldn't believe, like typewriters typing themselves front and back, and demons were working at these typewriters and stuff. Like, it was just nuts. But I think that, we're getting closer and closer, obviously, to the time when the Lord's returning. And even Tom Horn, he's a big prophet. He's had a lot of prophecies that have come true. And he said that he had a vision of this meteor that's going to hit the earth called wormwood, that's going to be sent from God to destroy the earth. It's going to literally almost crack the earth in half. But it doesn't completely, because God sets up his reign, he repairs it and so forth. But it's just, I do believe when you've got children that can barely talk, that don't really know much about the Bible, that are coming back and they're all across the world describing Jesus the same way, They're describing heaven. They're describing things about like their mother having a miscarriage, meeting a sister in heaven, that they didn't know their mother had a child that died. Like things like that. And they're being sent back to say, hey, I'm coming. You need to tell everybody that I'm coming. And people are just like, oh, that's a cute story. Like you need to take that stuff serious. Like this is real. We're in a real battle between good and evil. And we don't know where these Bigfoot fit in. But I know what I heard from God, and I believe him. And I'm not, like I said, like my friend Robin doesn't feel they're all bad, and they may not be, because there is free choice. Like they might have the choice to say, hey, I don't want to be bad, and they choose not to be. And that could very well be. But, that's why we need answers.
And
We
where
need
does the
answers.
government cover up come in? Why
I
why would the government try to keep this under wraps?
Because I believe that I believe that Satan runs the government. I believe that at the head of all of this, you've heard of the Rothschilds family, and you've heard of, the Bushes and the Rothschilds and all the different families, the Bilderberg meetings, all that. And I believe that the Rothschilds are the actual offspring of Lucifer. I believe he procreated. I believe he got to Earth, and he procreated with women, and he made his own line that are a bloodline of his, which he would. That's logical. And that's who runs. He's put those people in key positions across the world, all different nationalities that run the earth. And it's all, at the head of it is Lucifer. And I always call him Lucifer. I don't really call him Satan, because I call him by name. And I think that he is, the whole cover up is because these entities are all part of their own. It's their group. They're protecting their own. So they cover it up. They protect them. Why wouldn't they?
Mm.
They would have
And
to.
that's why they have this protected land where the Bigfoots are
Mm-hmm.
living.
Yep. That's why when you see a park ranger, when you have two people that go and they see a Bigfoot, Bigfoot tracks, and they go and report it, and they come back, and the Bigfoot tracks have all been covered up and erased and misted over, when they're sitting there scratching their heads going, why would they have done this? We reported this to somebody we trust. They're all part of it. They've all been put in key positions. These are all, it's all part of Lucifer's group.
I was out Bigfooting in an area that I've recently started investigating after all those reports started coming in from the locals after I posted that video on the forum. And I ran into a Army Ranger. It's not a U.S. Forest Ranger. It was a U.S. Army Ranger. And I told him what I was up to because I was investigating a lake. And I told him I was a Bigfooter, and he said that he confirmed that there were sightings in the area, which
Mm-hmm.
I thought was really interesting. And then I told him, yeah, I showed him my pictures, and he just acknowledged that, yep, that's a Bigfoot. That's a Bigfoot. He didn't really flat out say that, but he didn't discredit my photographs. He was very intrigued to see the photographs.
Yeah.
And I told him that I don't know what they are, but they seem to interfere with our electronics. And he said that they were putting off electromagnetic pulses that interfered with electronics. So he definitely acknowledged that the Bigfoots were in the
Mm-hmm.
area. And he also acknowledged that they had the ability to use electromagnetic pulses to disable equipment.
Yeah.
So I thought this was interesting coming from a U.S. Army official or a member of the U.S. Army.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So
They're sworn to secrecy. They just, they're threatened. People's lives have been threatened from this. There was a guy. God, there's so many stories. There was the family where they went out in the woods, and their little kids were walking, and their one the youngest of them disappeared, just disappeared into thin air, and they didn't know. They looked everywhere for this child, and the little girl, or little boy, I don't know which one it was, but one of them, tugged at their mother and said, the fuzzy man took him. And they were like, what do you mean? It was the little girl. That's right. She said the fuzzy man took him. He went off, he put him on his shoulders, and he walked off with him. And the mother was like, what are you talking about? and they deduced that what had happened was they had been put into a hypnotic state, that they remember feeling weird. They felt odd, and there was time missing. And when they came out of this state, their son was gone. And the little girl remembered seeing this big, hairy, fuzzy man come and pick up the child, put him on his shoulders, and walk off with him.
Mm.
And it's just stuff like that you're like, and what was he going to do with the child? What would be the logical answer to that question? What would be logical? It's a food source. He picked him up like he would a pig, and he took off with him to eat him.
That's all very concerning.
But what else would it be? Why else would a Bigfoot abduct a child? Why? It doesn't make sense. Nothing else makes sense. Why did the government agent find children's bones in a cave of a Bigfoot that they had to hunt? Bones. Not a child. His bones.
That's concerning.
So that's why I'm like, no, I'm not convinced that they're so good. And I know what God, I know. I know that I was put here. I never in a million years thought I'd be podcasting. Okay, I don't even know how I ended up here. But I know that I was on a journey with God, who was showing me, opening doors after door after door, showing me, taking me here, taking me down this way and that way, and revealing all this stuff to me as I was going. And I've spent years with him every day, just sitting with him from day to night, just being led from one thing to another. And I'm like, this is insane. And I ended up here, and I was like, as I asked him, I wanted to know my purpose. What am I to do? I wanted to do something for him, to work for him, to have a purpose. And then I ended up here, and I'm like, wow, this is wild. That this is where you're being led into all these, and I know this isn't over yet. I mean, this is, but there's a purpose for this. There's a reason why we're here, and it just, I believe that the truth needs to come out, and that we have to accept it. We have to be, aware enough to open up our minds enough to accept it, that, we do live in a supernatural realm. Our God is supernatural. Everything about us is supernatural. I mean, when we die, our soul lifts up, and we leave, and we're immortal. We're immortal beings inhabiting a vessel right now for a human experience that I believe we're put here as a learning experience. This is where we learn and we grow to be. It's a test. It's to see what we choose. If we choose to be of the light, or we choose to be of the dark. And we make that decision by our life, and it shows through us, how we touch people's lives and such. And we're growing and we're learning the whole time. And then we have to decide, and then God chooses whether, we're the type of being that he wants in his home around his people. Are we a good person, or are we a bad person? What do we choose? What master do we choose? And we may not even, I feel like our soul almost migrates to hell. Like it just goes where it belongs. It just naturally led there. So it's just insane. All of it is.
Yeah, I don't know what the whole calling is, but
there's a reason why you're doing what you're doing. There's
found some footprints, and just by a series of really weird happenings, I'm where I'm at today. I mean, meeting Al Hodgson at a random, Bigfoot museum in Northern California, then running into Cliff Barackman at the Bigfoot Museum in Felton, California, and then being where I was when I saw the juvenile Bigfoot getting up out of the brush. And I don't know, it's a really
being led. There's a purpose for what's going on here. You're not being connected to these people for no reason. You're not having this conversation with me for no reason. It's all growth. You're just expanding your knowledge, and it's all, it's all learning. You're learning and you're growing and you're being led on a path for a reason. And there's no reason. I mean, you go out in the woods alone and you're alive right now around possibly demonic beings, and you're alive to tell about it. When there's other people like, a 3-member family and a dog that end up dead just from one hike. That tells you something. And you're going out in the same area, there's got to be a reason for that. Why are they letting you live? Why did they take them and you're not being taken? And it's interesting when you think about that.
I wouldn't use the adjective interesting. I would say disturbing.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's really concerning because
Yeah.
I am being led to new areas of interest to investigate. I do have, locals coming to me with their reports, and
Mhm.
just the influx of reports I got posting that video on that local forum. I was a little concerned posting in a local forum. I wasn't sure if my house was going to be teepeed or what, but a lot of people came forward with their reports, and the Bigfoots are here. I know they are.
I know.
Yeah, and it's just a passion for me to accumulate evidence, to present that evidence, to
Mhm.
I don't know if saying I'm raising the alarm, but
Well,
I'm
there's
hoping.
something. I mean, we don't know exactly. The reveal of your purpose isn't quite there yet, but there's obviously a purpose there. There's something going on and something's protecting you. And there's a reason why you're meeting and talking to the people you are. There's something there. I believe that. I really do.
Well, I think it's time to call the Winchester boys, and let's hope that whoever's protecting me is not going to be on vacation soon, because I'm
Yeah.
planning on heading back into the woods.
Well, that you need say prayers when you go out. Pray, and I'll pray for you too. You're going to need to have prayers for you. There's been so many people that have had encounters with that where they were out and had situations that turned for the good for them. They were in a bad situation, turned for the good, and they went home and found out like their mom suddenly started praying for them, or somebody was overcome with the feeling they had to pray for their safety, or something like that. So prayer is definitely a very powerful weapon. I definitely believe that. So I just say
Uh,
your prayers and keep
It's
God with you.
concerning, but for our conversation here, I mean, I did say I was looking for the monkey in the woods, but then I understand that I was doing that to kind of calm my nerves for looking for something unusual.
Hmm.
But then putting it into a supernatural heaven and earth battle type thing is very concerning for me. Uh, is it not something I couldn't grasp? Yeah, I can understand it. And is it concerning the stories that you've told me and the evidence that's kind of out there? Yeah, it's all very disturbing to
Hmm.
think that my quest is, supernatural related. Um, yeah, I don't know what's to become of it all,
Yeah,
and how
and if
to
there's
move
even answers
forward.
to it. Yeah, like if there's that's yeah. I was just saying that is there even are you really going to even get the answers? That's the one thing we don't know. Like, are is it such a tight cover up, and is it so guarded because of what they are that we won't ever get those answers? I just
But
that's what
you also said that it's time to for the reveal, that
yeah.
the cover up is easing up, and it seems that they want us to assimilate the information and get the information out there.
I think they don't care. I think that what's happening, it's almost like the reveal of the Antichrist. At the end of times, for 3.5 years, he dupes the world and he makes them think that he's, good and he's on their side and he brings peace. And then, halfway through the 7-year treaty, he breaks and he just says, oh, the hell with it. I'm the devil. I'm Satan's son and I'm here to just destroy everything. So it's kind of like one of those things, scenarios where you wonder if it's just where they just don't care anymore and the battle's going to start. They know, I mean, it's even in scripture that the end times, that men's hearts will fail them for what they see that comes up upon the earth. that the creatures of nightmare, which was said to be in Noah's time, that they were creating creatures of nightmare, werewolves, Bigfoot, goat men, things that kids would or people would be terrified of in their dreams. And that's what they were creating. And so these creatures are going to come out at the end of times. They're coming out. More and more sightings. What does that mean? If even like the prophets are all saying that they're all getting visions, they're all having dreams. Kids are having dreams and visions. They're being taken to heaven, being sent back by God, tell them, we're coming. I'm coming soon. Like it's soon, and now all these things are coming out. More and more sightings across the world. I mean, it's just thousands of them everywhere, all over the world. People are seeing everything imaginable. There was 3 Mothman sightings just this month in the what airport was it? God, it wasn't Colorado. It was O'Hare Airport. 3 Mothman sightings at one time. The security guards were bringing in a plane or prepping it, and they looked up and there was 3 Mothmen at one time. The middle one shot up in the air. This just happened. And the other 3 went up screeching like hell. And they disappeared. And the security, all these airport officials came out. The people that they said they had seen in meetings never really knew who they were. And they shut it down. They said that if you tell anybody, your job is gone. And they said that there had been many sightings of Mothmen in the airport area, and everybody that had ever seen one, even though they didn't talk, they lost their jobs or were transferred to another area of the airport. So it's a common sighting to see Mothmen, which would be demonic, in an airport. And it's weird because Mothmen signal, whenever people have seen Mothmen, it's like a signal of destruction, like the collapse of bridges and, sicknesses. And even when 9/11 happened, they said that there was a Mothman sighting for like a week before that happened. There's 3 of them in an airport. And it's odd because you think about an airport, the spread of human beings all across the world, the spread of the virus that's going on. It's kind of odd. Now, I'm not sure if there's a connection there. It was just something that I thought about. That was the first thought I had was, it's odd that they're in an airport. They're seen outside of an airport, and now you've got the spread of the coronavirus, and you've got Mothmen around a building that has to do with travel across the world. So it was just something I thought about. But that just happened. Just this month. So it's this stuff it's just coming out more and more, and I just feel like they're getting their guard is down and they don't care anymore.
They don't. End of days, huh? I better return my library books. Oh my goodness!
I know.
Very unsettling stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, read the Book of Enoch if you ever have a chance to. Read the Book of Enoch, and, there's other books too, like Jasher and those books, but Enoch is really important to read. That tells a lot. It really explains a lot. So, yeah, it's crazy stuff, I'm telling you. And that's why we're here. You need to get your butt out in those woods again, Darrin.
Apparently.
You need to open up a pathway in your mind where you can telepathically talk to them. Not that they're going to tell you the truth, but it's the one thing, they can tell you anything they want to tell you. It doesn't mean it's the truth, but it'd be fascinating to see what you got from them.
I was always taught, like, researching that sort of thing. When I had the vision with my mother's death, I started researching psychic phenomenon and that sort of thing. And there's things that you could be open to, and there's things that you really shouldn't attempt. And I think the telepathic thing was something that they really kind of encourage you not to pursue, because it's difficult to shut things off once things are turned on.
Okay, you guys, sorry about that abrupt ending. Again, we got cut off, and right after that, we just kind of just said our goodbyes, and that was that. I didn't want to go through all this to, just for just to add our goodbyes in there. I plan on staying in touch with Darrin and hope to have him back on again to continue telling us of more of his encounters. You guys stay safe, say your prayers. God bless you all. And hopefully I will be back soon. Take care.